1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shake it down. Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Welcome, all you folkers. It's so good to see you. I apologize for a little bit of a technical glitch there, but I think we got it figured out now, and I couldn't be more thrilled to have you all here today. Welcome to May Day, Homestay, Gay Play. I am just so thrilled. I hope you are all staying safe and well, and you and your family and friends are all safe and well. These are challenging times we're living through, don't you think? Just a little bit. I'm sure you've heard this said a lot of times throughout this past month or more, but we will get through this together. And I've been thinking a lot about what that means. We'll get through this together. And when I think of that phrase, we'll get through this together, two great examples of what that means come to mind for me. One of them is a television program I was fortunate enough to be involved with, the US version of Queer as Folk, created by Ron Cowan and Dan Lippman 20 years ago for Showtime, No Limit. When I think of something that really exemplifies that we'll get through this together spirit, it's the spirit of Queer as Folk, a story about gay and lesbian friends struggling through life in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and overcoming all challenges they meet by using their friendship and their love for each other to get through to the other side. And that spirit of we'll get through this together, that was there behind the scenes as well with Queer as Folk, because it really took a village to make this show. Our Queer as Folk family, our crew, our writers, our directors, everybody. And so part of this cast and crew reunion today is going to be all about introducing you to some of those villagers that you don't really know much about. You know us, these silly faces that you see all the time when you watch the show, but you don't know the writers, the directors, the crew members. And you don't know some of those smaller guest stars that meant so much to us, that helped us all create that show. And so part of the big job I'm going to undertake today is to introduce them to you and help you take a deep dive into Queer as Folk and all the people who truly made that show happen, from our executive producers, Ron and Dan, on down. I'm very excited for you to meet them and to get to know more about what it took to make Queer as Folk the show that you fans, who I'm so grateful for, have been loving for 20 years. All around the world you are. Thank you so much for watching today. Another great example of that we'll get through this together spirit are LGBTQ centers, the hundreds of them throughout this country and all over the world. When you think about what they do in terms of offering safe spaces for people who live in challenging communities, when you think about the support systems that they offer to people who can't find that at home quite often, those LGBTQ plus centers, they exemplify that we'll get through this together spirit. So when we came together for May Day today to come up with an event that would exemplify that, putting Queer as Folk together with Centerlink, the hub of LGBTQ plus centers in our country, it just seemed like a natural fit. So the main job we're here for today is to raise a shit ton of money for Centerlink so that they can help so many centers throughout this country, Canada, and in the world who need our help financially right now, who they are struggling during this pandemic as much as any of us are. So I know times are tough financially for all of us, and you are allowed to watch today for free if you must. But please, please, we're going to be begging you throughout the day, donate, give what you can to Centerlink, please. You're also going to have the opportunity, of course, to bid on some wonderful auction items. You'll see a link for that in the YouTube feed below. There's some great Queer as Folk memorabilia. I'm going to be telling you about some of those items later today. You can donate really at any level. $5, it's like a beer at Woody's. $10 is like a Cosmo at Babylon. You could donate $20 in honor of our 20th anniversary. You could donate $51 because it's May 1st. You could donate $123, which will give you a special VIP experience of getting to come on screen for 3 minutes and speak with an actor of your choice. Now, we've gotten a bunch of $123 donations already, and we've have some areas that are already filled up. I think we may already be filled up with Randy Harrison requests to talk with him. So what we're going to do, Randy and others have kindly agreed after the broadcast, if we've reached our limit for live broadcast VIP experience, we'll stay afterwards and you'll get to come and talk to Randy or any of us then. Cool? Cool. The other thing you're going to get to do in watching this show, which is going to go a long time, I got a lot I want to share with you. We are going to give you the opportunity to ask questions via your little chat down there. Now, Scott, you're asking yourself, much as I'm asking myself, how are you going to be able to monitor a chat while you're hosting a hit show live streaming on YouTube? Well, for this, as in most things in my life, I'm going to need the best assistant I can, the best friend I could ever ask for, who I was lucky enough to meet 20 years ago, sitting in a hallway by the elevators while they were delivering newspapers before we had our screen test for Queer as Folk. Would you please do me the pleasure of welcoming Peter Page?
Cue the pulse to begin.
All right, we don't have copyrights to any of this music.
I don't care. Sue me. Hi, Scotty.
Hi, Petey. How are you?
I'm good, Scoob. How are you?
I'm good. I'm so glad you could be here today, and thanks for all your help.
I'm already all choked up. All the love all the love in the YouTube chat is just doing my heart so much good. I'm so happy to see all you beautiful people. It means the world to me.
It's a beautiful thing. And so Peter is going to be monitoring the live stream chat, and he's going to come back to me periodically here and give me some of your questions. He's going to pick out the best of the best. So when I tell you it's time for questions, think of the really good ones to ask. Peter's going to bring a couple of them back to me so you can talk to.
I'm going to do my best. This chat is flying at light speed, and
I'm slower people.
I too, but
it's the millennials. They type very quickly.
It's just that there's so many of them, which does my heart a lot of good. But
it's beautiful. So we'll be checking back later with Petey, and thanks, Petey. Right now, I want to introduce to you so you can understand more about who you're going to be giving your money to. The good women of Centerlink. I want to first introduce Denise Spivak, who's the interim CEO of Centerlink. Hi, Denise.
Hey, Scott. Hi, how are you?
I'm great. I'm so glad you could be here with us today.
Oh, yeah, thrilled to be here with you. Thank you so much for having us.
My pleasure. And I also want to bring in Donna Solomon Carter, who is the Director of Communications and Outreach at Centerlink. Hi, Donna.
Hey, Scott, thanks so much for having us today. We are so excited to be a part of this worldwide event.
Oh, God, no more than me. And thank you for putting up with me not knowing how to work a computer. So I want, if you could, to please tell us a little bit about Centerlink. And I'm going to play a little video here, some little slideshow of some pictures of some of the great centers you all work with. Tell us about Centerlink.
They are great centers. And, you know, Scott, Centerlink is the Association of LGBTQ Community Centers, and we exist to strengthen, support, and connect the centers. We were founded back in 1994 as a member-based coalition. We now serve over 250 LGBTQ community centers across the U.S. and 48 states, Puerto Rico, and the District of Columbia, as well as centers across Canada, China, Mexico, Uganda, and Australia, and we get new member centers coming in every day. These centers serve over 2 million people every year, and they really are the heart and soul of the LGBTQ movement. Every day, our network of centers provides critical services like medical care, mental health, counseling, support groups. They do check-in phone calls for older adults. They serve as shelters for homeless youth. They do case management and HIV testing. And I like to say that when the going gets tough, our centers keep right on going. And that's exactly what they've been doing. They're continuing to meet the challenge to serve their communities during this really tough period. And the thing is, right now, they really need financial assistance for now and for the next few months.
That's right. It's quite a unique time for everybody, Scott. So like so many other businesses, most of our members have had to close their doors and yet still continue to offer services to their communities virtually. including virtual engagement activities to decrease social isolation, which can be a very dangerous and scary thing, especially right now. But this also means that almost all of our centers have had to postpone or cancel funding streams that happen through annual galas or pride events and other additional in-person fundraising functions. So all the funds raised from the event today will help defray some of that lost income. And we're so honored and grateful that you all partnered together and chose to share your 20th anniversary with all of us to benefit our member centers.
Wow, I can't imagine a better recipient and a better partner in this special anniversary for us. I think the work you all are doing really exemplifies the Queer as Folk spirit, and what we were about, and that notion of it really takes a village, and that we're all in this together. And I'm so grateful that you all are doing that work, and I'm really happy that we could help support you in any way we can. But so everybody, please, you see the importance of this work, and we're going to treat this like a telethon. I'm your Jerry Lewis. It's Labor Day, even though it's May Day. and we're going to keep coming at you and begging you for money if we have to please help CenturyLink do the vital work they do. And we're going to be playing for you throughout the day some great videos that some of the wonderful centers throughout the US that work with CenturyLink have sent us, so you can get to know them a little bit better and see what your money is going to and help them out. And so I'm going to play one, but before I do, I want to thank Denise and Donna, and you'll be back at the end of the show, and you're going to give us a grand total of what we've got, even though listen up to this. This is very important. Donations, you can keep giving donations even after this live broadcast. We're just going to let you know where we're at by the end of this broadcast. Likewise with the auction. The auction is going to close Monday, May 4th. May the 4th be with you at 11:59 p.m. So you have all the way up until midnight on Monday to keep bidding on those auction items and keep bringing in money for CenturyLink. So Donna and Denise, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Scott.
Really appreciate it. We'll see you back towards the end of the show.
All right.
Awesome.
Bye.
Thank you.
Enjoy the show.
Thank you. I hope so. I hope they do. They better.
They will.
So let me play for you a little video.
To me that I knew it was like, oh my God, Jackie, what's up? Like, you coming here now? I was embraced when I came there, and I think that was something that stood out to me.
They offered a full clothes pantry. They also had a shower washing machine. I was also going through kind of homelessness at the time, and that did come in handy.
All right, welcome back. Well, let's get on with the reunion, shall we? I'm really looking forward to this. And when you think back to Queer as Folk and how it all began, what's the first voice you heard in the very first episode? You heard a voiceover telling you it's all about sex. And for this guy, it's still all about sex. Would you please help me welcome my good friend, Mr. Hal Park.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
I'm spectacular, but I'll get better. How are you? Virtual hug. Hug. Hi, and to Peter as well. I'm glad Peter decided to brush up on his speed reading. I'm honest to God, I'm tearing up mildly just watching the chat roll by. It's very sweet, and I want to thank everybody for coming to see us. I know a lot of people want to see the cast and like the sort of the fan aspect, but doing it in the context of helping the centers all across the country and all across the world, quite frankly, it raises the value and the beauty of it immensely. You guys know what a fan I am of the Center on Halsted in Chicago. I think it's one of the greatest LGBT centers that exists. And I'm proud to have worked with them over the years, and that my radio station that I do my show through does work with them. So it's great. And so I know people were wondering if they can donate from outside the country. I insist they can. I don't know what the actual factuals are, but I'm pretty darn sure you can do that. You can find a way because if they're being able to send funds to outside the United States, we certainly should be able to take funds from outside the United States. So there you go. And I love you guys too as well. I see you guys in the chat room. I appreciate you guys. How you doing, Scott? Talk to me. What's happening? What are we doing? What are we talking about?
I want to pull up a picture.
Mm-hmm.
That I want to share with you.
Look at us.
Look at us. So this shot was taken
on
one of our very first nights filming.
Yeah.
And this was taken as like I'm hearing an echo too. Do you have?
I don't hear an echo. You're just very watery. So I don't know if that's on your end.
It may my computer.
I think so.
So this was taken the first night of filming, and it was used as a prop, I think, in Ted's Shrine, Michael or something.
Right, as it should.
Exactly. But it just made me think of the early days. I wanted you to talk a little bit about what was your experience like getting a show, first going to Toronto, first going to film. Think back
so
on
everybody. Yeah, first of all, for the record, they are hearing an echo from your end. I don't know if they're hearing an echo through me or whatever, but it might just be the speakers that you're using, or if you're using headphones, that would solve it. I'm, of course, being named after a computer using bone-conductive headphones so that I don't have to have the white hoop earrings that everybody seems to be wearing on TV these days when they put in their AirPods and they just look like, which are all the rage, by the way. So, yeah, there are a couple of things. I think one of the things that really struck me about our first interaction together as actors was I had just come off of doing Talk Soup and shooting Dude, Where's My Car when I got swept up in flying off to Toronto. And I had been doing sketch comedy and stand-up up to that. I'd done a lot of serious acting in high school and then shortly after and the like. But most of my life has been focused on comedy. And while I felt really engaged by the material and I felt really passionate about Queer as Folk as a project and Michael as a human being, there was certain levels of where I was like, am I going to be able to cry on cue again? Am I going to get back to that space as an actor where I can draw what I need to draw, considering where my talents have been focused over the last 5 years particularly? I'd done stand-up for 2 years every single night up to getting Talk Soup in a way to reshape myself as a comic. And then I get on this show, and it was an intimidating factor, you know. And in doing that, one of the first scenes I had that we had on the show, you and I together, was in a club called Government, which we used as the original Babylon. Right. Before we switched over to Firefly because it was smaller and easier to shoot in, and then we got bumped out because all the tourists wanted to go to the real Babylon, so we couldn't get into the club we'd made famous. So we built one in Barrie, Ontario, and faked it. But we used, the footage of that first night a bunch of times over the years, so the shots of Government were a consistent part of it. And I just severed my life, like all of us had, and moved to Toronto to this, this wholly alien environment in that regard to work on this project that we all hoped would go, but we did not know if it would. And I was concerned as an actor if I would be able to get where I needed to go in some of these scenes. And then we did the scene where you were talking to Michael right before you go off to not die as you would have in the original series, but go into a coma for a short while. And you and I knew the script, but our characters did not know the outcome. And there was a hard moment of not showing that emotion of what we're afraid as actors is going to come for our, because at that point, your character died in the British series. You were going to stick around as far as we knew, but this was a new show for all of us. We didn't know how it was going to play out. So I might be saying sort of a goodbye to my fellow actor as well in this thing. So there was a lot stacked on that. And you and I, in that conversation about Michael believing in himself and knowing his worth that you had, I found myself tearing up several times in it. You and I both got misty a couple of times in that. And it was inappropriate to where the characters were. So we had to dial it back from that, because we didn't want to see this coming, And I remember that moment being so freeing. There were a couple of moments in my acting life that I thank you for being so present. And I'm going to tear up talking about it. But that one and the scene in your apartment at the door where we didn't even have your whole apartment. We just had half of it and a doorway. And you and I had this scene peeking through the doorway. Talking when Michael came to see you and said, "Hey, I'm your friend. I don't care about your failures. I'm just here if you need me." And you were like shoving everybody away in that scene. And you and I did that scene and we were really holding that space. I remember the hair going up on my arm. Mm-hmm. And we walked away and everybody at Video Village was crying. Remember that?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, I think there was something in the nature of the show that the raw emotion of asking us all the time and really bring out.
Yeah.
You had to be present all the time.
Yeah, it was so in the front of my chest all the time as Michael. And he was, Michael, the hard part about playing him was he got blindsided by everything. Like, it's a little easier as an actor when your character is a little bit wiser and knows that danger is there, because you can key up into the emotion. You can be like, the scene can be you, oh my God, we're heading towards a terrible moment and it's going to lead to tears. Sometimes as an actor that helps.
Right.
But Michael would always get punched in the face, by this and not see it. It was everything was a sucker punch. And by the way, they're all talking about your echo in there, so we'll figure that part out. I think you need headphones or something.
No, I think it might be your speaker because we didn't have
Is it me?
earlier.
Is it me?
Yeah, I think it's on your end somehow.
I don't have any speakers. Mine are only going through my jaw.
Yeah,
so
I don't know what's going on.
We'll see. But anyways, we'll figure that part of it out. Either way. Yeah.
But speaking of being blindsided.
Yeah.
Michael, of course, blindsided by the arrow of Cupid. And I'd like to bring on now someone very dear to Michael's heart, Mr. Ben Rucker, I think is with us. Hi, Ben.
Oh my gosh.
Excuse me. I'm looking for a comic book. Oh my God, who's this dark here?
There's triple echoes.
Wow.
How I wonder if you have your YouTube on, maybe?
No, my YouTube's on another computer entirely, but I will, let's see, I'm going to check this. I think it might be, let's see, you're in Zoom. This might fix it. Okay, how about that?
Hello. Yay!
Yay!
So
there we go. I put on echo cancellation because I'm a nerd.
Are you the famous Michael Novotny?
I am. You may not, if you don't believe me, I have a one-of-a-kind Queer as Folk cast gift bag that I have never used, because what kind of an asshole actor walks around carrying the bag of the show that they're on?
I don't know, but hey, just so you know, in honor of the show, I went up in my attic. I dug out Ben's original jacket.
Oh yeah,
original glasses that I wore for the whole show. Actually, at some point, I was able to get a new jacket, so I'll sport that a little later on. I was very excited when I got to get out of the old bomber thing. Here. Pretty,
look at that.
But it was very, very Ben.
Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Gant.
Yes, doing his homework. Robert Gant. Hi, Bobby. How are you?
I'm really good.
By the way, you're not the only member of this relationship that. Wait,
watching this. It's been incredible.
I brought wardrobe too. You'll recognize this. You and I wore this in a scene with you a couple of times. So
I remember it well.
Robert,
yeah.
what was your experience the first time you saw Hal in his cocksock? What was that like?
It was scary. No, Hal was in really good shape, so he did it just fine.
Was
well,
son of a bitch.
I haven't seen your still information. Okay, great. I got you. No, but it was pretty. I was really grateful for the cocksock. I remember the whole thing when they created them. Like the invention, the device was a real blessing.
Yeah.
So yeah. But I just want to say I've been like Peter, so choked up just watching this stuff and watching the fans, the enthusiasm, and in the midst of all the Corona thing, it's really been incredible.
Well, let me see if I can choke you up a little bit more by bringing back another lovely member of the family you created.
Oh, by the way, there's a picture. I posted a picture hounding me on Instagram. It was from the season 2 finale. The night we were up, it was a 22-hour day, and
Oh my God.
it was like hour 20. So Hal's not smiling at that point. But if you go on my Instagram, you can see that that photo of us, which I dug out.
I was
it
blind. I'd been awake so long that my vision was blurry because Michael had to see everything, even if I wasn't part of it. Yeah.
If you guys only knew, that night was so crazy. I have some great pictures of everybody just kind of, they look fantastic, but everybody just looked you. I've got some great ones of you, Scotty. I have to dig with that,
Oh, I can't wait to see it. So Robert, what's your Instagram so they can follow you if they don't?
It's, Robert Gant, one word.
How'd you think of that?
I don't know. It was, it took a long time. I had to really.
He's a master of branding.
I looked at a lot of options, and it just, I decided on that one.
Well, I want to bring into the conversation now a wonderful young actor who played your son on the show. Harris Allen is joining us.
Harris!
Harris in.
Hey,
Harris!
Wait. Who's this guy?
who's this?
He looks exactly the same.
Young son.
That's what's
Hi.
crazy. No, I'm joking. What's crazy is he was this little skinny little kid when he first came on the show, and now he's this man. What that incredible transformation.
Hi, Harris. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. How are you guys?
Doing very
Spectacular.
Yeah, you guys look amazing.
You two guys.
So do you. It's so good to see you.
Really good, man. Really
Thanks.
good.
And let me add in as well, too, because it was such a great, the storyline that everything that went on with Hunter was something that really gripped people throughout this series and continues to be something that really touches them. And
Yeah.
an important part of that storyline, of course, was Hunter's mom, played by the wonderful Marnie McPhail. And let me bring Marnie on board here now.
Yeah, nice.
Hey, Marty! Hi!
Welcome, Marnie.
Okay, I just want to say that she, as horrific a woman as she played, you couldn't find a nicer human being.
Yeah.
True acting. Because, she's the sweetest person you've ever met, and you couldn't have hated the character more.
I'm
That's
so
right.
honored to be invited to be a part of the family when I did play the most heinous person on the planet. I feel so honored to be invited into the group. It's so good to see you guys. I feel like I
you
got
too.
off the cliff when we were all saying hi and backstage.
Yep.
I was surprised at how I reacted. I just saw your names and went, "Ooh, through the roar."
Yeah. Yeah.
But hey, Paris, I just want to, honor what an incredible job you did. I was thinking back to the HIV storyline and everything. You did such a beautiful job, and to watch your journey as an actor, it was really.
Oh, you guys, thank you so much.
Mhm.
I don't know if you guys remember this, but I got to hang out with you guys before I even came to do the show because I was friends with Stephen Lynch, who was the key makeup artist.
Oh, bless his heart. We love Steven.
Right.
Yeah, Steve.
It's the best, right? And I would come and hang out like a little puppy dog on set and always wanted to come and play with you guys. And then when I was invited to come on the show, I was so thrilled and I didn't even care what I was playing. I was like, yeah, I get to go hang out with the guys. And of course my agent's like, well, I should probably tell you what you're playing. And I'm like, yeah, whatever, I'm just gonna go and play with the guys. But I had the best time, even though the subject matter was really intense and awful. I just had the best time ever being with you guys. You're so much fun to work with.
And I have to say, and Bobby, to kind of reflect on, because you and I, we were introduced, as sort of as this was rolling along. You had a transition.
Oh yeah.
Let's just say during the process, which is a story worth telling as well. But then when we got to meet Harris as our son.
Yeah.
As this storyline that was going to happen, and I picked. By the way, you want a little inside actor stuff, Harris?
What's up? Yeah, tell me.
I reacted. I chose how I would react to you as an actor, as how Michael would react to a squirrel loose in the house. So that was the truth. Because you were such a nice guy and so fun to be around, and you and I probably had more in common than anybody else. But I felt like Michael would respond to you like a squirrel in the house, like oh God, like I feel good. I don't want to hurt it. But oh my God, like that's where I got the feeling for you. You were a squirrel loose in the house, and that was how Yeah, and he was so scruffy and yet cute, and you wanted to love him, but he might bite you. Like, it fit all these things. That's literally how I did it. You know, that's in the beginning.
I actually found, I'll post this also. I found an awesome pic of the three of us the last day that we were in the house on the last season. We took a shot right before we finished. So I'll put that up on Instagram also. But it was it was the end of that particular journey.
Harris, how old were you when you were working on the show? How old were you? Harris?
Uh-oh.
Can you hear you? Yeah.
I was going to say he seemed a little still. I think he was frozen. There he is.
Oh, hey, Harris, here you are. How old were you when you were filming?
So I started the show when I was 17.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You were so good too. You're such a good
Thank you so
actor.
much.
I
Thank you.
was
Thank you.
struck by that, just how good you were.
Thank you so much for all your kind words. I mean, I feel just so privileged to have been a part of it, and it was an amazing experience and some of the best times of my life. And we had so much fun, and definitely miss it and the work and everything. And we had such interesting relationships apart from the show, and like my relationship with Marty, even though it was somewhat brief, like was a complete opposite of what our relationship on screen was like. And just such a generous actor, and especially at that age, it was great to see how much you own your craft and how committed you are and in the moment, and it was easy to act off of, and it definitely just played off me, and I felt like it was a great experience as an actor and also as a person and a friend. So lots of fun. Yeah.
I'm flashing back, Harris, to the HIV stuff where you were broken down, crying outside. I'm just like it's like we're there, in that night we shot. I feel like it's like it happened yesterday. It's crazy, It's like,
yeah, it's pretty insane. I actually have Hunter's journal here.
Oh wow!
Yeah, with the initials.
Did he write how much he liked Ted?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Journal, I think.
Yeah.
Did you write in that as an actor just to motivate yourself to play the character, or was that one of your prompts on set? What was that?
Actually, well, I only wrote in the moment when we were filming the scene, I only wrote the line that Hunter actually writes in the book.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's just that line, and then at the end of the shoot, I had a number of the crew and cast write in the book.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely a cherished prop.
You must remember the great stuff you did when you cut yourself in the pool.
Oh yeah, crazy.
That was amazing. That was amazing.
Yeah.
So much.
That was powerful. Really, really powerful.
That was one of the best days ever on set. The pool day. What an amazing production that was.
Yeah.
The cameras underwater.
What's that?
Mm-hmm.
With the underwater cameras and everything.
Yeah, exactly. And the crane camera over the pool, and just everything that was going on, and all the stunts involved, and leading up to it, like training for the swimming portion of it, and everything, and then on the day, having like so many people there, and having like Hal and Bobby up in the stands, and then I mean, it was an insane day for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I know Harris actually has a song he's written that he'd love to perform for us. And so I am going to turn it over to Harris. I'm going to say, before we let him do that, I'm going to say thank you to Marnie. Thank you so much for joining us.
Marnie, you're an angel.
Thank you. I love you so much.
Thank you.
Great job on the show.
You're too good at this. You're an amazing host, and I wish you guys the best today.
Scott did it all. Scott, as you did everything. Marnie, love seeing you.
Thank you so much, Marty.
Thanks, Marnie. We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Awesome.
Harris.
Wow.
Play for your papas, would you?
All right. Yes. It's sing along time. So I wrote this song. It's called "One Last Ride," and the premise of the song is basically living in the moment, even though life is passing you by rapidly. So it's called "One Last Ride." It goes like this. Can you take me out for one last ride? So I can feel the wind at my backside. Maybe we're only heroes in our minds. 'Cause man, I'm feeling older all the time. Leaders wage war, picking sides. Picket signs and rumors of a landslide. Picking up the pieces, draw the line. She said it was over, I said fine. Can you take me out for one last ride? So I can feel the wind at my backside. Maybe we're only heroes in our minds. 'Cause man, I'm feeling older all the time. We're all just playing games, forgetting names. We're going through a phase, fighting for your freedom that ain't free.
Uh-oh.
Is that a fade out? Or
Yeah,
okay.
there we go.
Can you take
A little
me
too
out
grown up.
on one last ride? So I can feel the wind at my backside. Maybe we're only heroes in our minds. 'Cause man, I'm feeling older all the time. I'm forgetting things I already know. My body's breaking down from head to toe. Searching when there's nothing left to stow. Laughing when there's nothing left to hold. Can you take me out for one last ride? So I can feel the wind at my backside. Maybe we're only heroes in our minds. 'Cause man, I'm feeling older all the time. Feeling older all the time.
Yeah.
Hey. I appreciate the dance remix at the end. And the nerve of you, to be the youngest and fittest among us and talk about feeling older all the time, right in front of Scott.
I know.
The nerve.
Hey, Peter Page has some questions coming in from YouTube.
Hi,
for us.
Peter
I
Page.
do. So I love this question. Robert Gant.
Oh,
What
okay.
was it like to be gay and to play a character like Ben? How did it impact you in your journey as a gay man?
I mean, it couldn't have been more transformative. You know, when you know, I was out personally, you know, before the show, but not professionally. You know, it was, you know, and when it was time to sort of, you know, get to be a part of the show, I mean, I knew that was coming. It was still, you know, a terrifying jump at the time. There were not a lot of you know, gay actors, and I had very conflicting advice. And it, but you know, there's this saying, one word of truth resonates for thousands of miles. And when I read that, you know, that the description of the character, I knew this was like the beginning of something life changing. And I think what's amazing is the extent to which I realized over the years, it's all the letters from people around the world. When you realize the impact, that the show has made, but then each person's, actions resonate. And, I continue to be reminded how much it resonated for people. That thing that was so terrifying, it's sort of like if I knew then what I know now, it would have been an easy decision, But what was the other part of it? You said, what was the?
How did it impact your
journey
life as a gay man?
It changed everything. It's sort of that life art thing. It's almost like Ben was leading me forward. It was really interesting. The stories would come up, and so many of the things that we confronted. I just found the whole desire for marriage thing. It was such a, and then to have that start to become story and to become the part of the first gay marriage ever portrayed on television. It's been extraordinary. So for me personally, and then to see the extent to which that's affects other people. And the other part is, I was already a spiritual guy. So to get Ben, it was so much about his spirituality, was so beautiful, and
that's awesome, Robert. And I remember having a lot of conversations about all those things with you as you were making the decision to come out. And
trailer. We had many conversations in your trailer. I remember that.
We sure did. This is a question for everybody. I think we have to give fairly quick answers to this. Okay. But what's your most memorable scene? What's the scene you'll never forget from Queer as Folk? Boil it down to one.
It's, the one that always pops to mind is the needle scene, I guess, that was when we were doing the storyline, the steroid storyline, and I don't want to stop using steroids, and he finally, I come in and he's holding one of my needles, and Ben's needles, and he is threatening to inject himself, and trying to make himself positive. As a wake up. That's probably the one that always just pops into my mind first and foremost. It's so resonant.
Hal?
Yeah, I co-sign everything he said about that, because you had to go to a suicidal place in that moment, and yet fall in love with the idea of being like your partner in that moment. So the working with Bobby and doing that scene was incredible. I think from an acting standpoint, I think the scene where Sharon learned to hit me would be it. When we were leaving Hunter's mom's house, and she did the same old coat line, and I went, "Yeah, you'll freeze to death first." And she did and she just kind of flop. And then I was like, why you go ahead and hit me? And she's like, no, I detest physical violence. I can't. She had when Sharon did Misery in the West End, they had to cut one of the fight scenes because she didn't like hitting. She didn't like physical interaction. And I literally took her hand and I was like, the minute you hit me like that, we're mother and son. You're allowed. I'm giving you permission. And from that point on, she would rattle my fillings every time she hit me. There's a compilation video, Scotty. I don't know if you have that somewhere. We'll find it before the day is out. But of her just knocking the tar off of me. So be careful what you wish for. But that was a moment, where Sharon and I became mother and son. Yeah. And that had a lot of meaning too. But I love that scene with Bobby too. Yeah, absolutely.
And Harris, what about you? What's the scene you'll never forget?
Really, really memorable scene would be the one where Hunter's coming out scene, or I guess going back in scene, where the three of us are trying to navigate how this whole thing goes down, and also shooting it. We were trying to figure out what's the tone, and how do we play the humor mixed with the emotional side of it, and
right.
And how these characters are going to struggle with this whole thing. And it was fun and interesting to see how we all came together and figured out how to play it properly and balance everything out.
A lot of fans have been referencing that specific thing. What you were singing.
Oh, nice! Yeah,
he's such a good singer. And then the other thing that they were talking about was, remember when he reverse came out?
Oh, that's hilarious! Yeah. And what's great writing?
I'm still talking about it. I feel stoked up. It's amazing. It was incredible.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to We're going to see Hal. I think you're going to be back later in the show with us. We're going to say goodbye for now to Harris, and so grateful that you joined us.
Love you guys.
Thank you so much.
Love you.
That beautiful song. Thank you for doing that, Harris. Thanks for being
Yeah, thanks, Harris. Love you. Love you, Harris.
Bye.
I want to say, while I'm still here on camera, I want to say, keep those donations coming. Text "Stay at Home" QAF to 44321. Make a donation. I think we've broken the $10,000 mark already. Let's make this a record thing. You know what? If you want a reboot of Queer as Folk with us as a cast, let's blow these numbers up, and we'll get some to pay attention.
Absolutely.
Yes, that would agreed. That would do it.
And Hal, we'll see you later in the show.
Yes, you will. All right.
Thanks, Bobby.
Cheers. Love you,
See
Bobby.
soon. Love you too.
Love you too, brother. We'll see you in a little bit.
Roberto, before I let you go, I wanted to give you a moment to talk about Sage, which I know is something really near and dear to you. Can you talk about Sage and the work they do, and how Centrelink, can help them as well too by people donating to Centrelink?
Yeah, of course. But by the way, just a sidebar, another very memorable scene is the scene with Sharon when she comes in and feeds me in the hospital, and maybe we'll bring that up later. But I remember when I was trying to figure out what what segment of our community was sort of under tended to, and I remember years ago very, very quickly being drawn to the notion of aging in the gay community. And, as it's the thing where it's certainly an issue broadly that elders are kind of kicked to the curb. But I think, LGBTQ elders have an added aspect of being invisible and not looked to. I think we're starting to change that. Some of it was contributed to by the loss of a generation, as a result of the AIDS pandemic, which has been incredible to experience vis-a-vis what we're walking through now. It's interesting. I keep having this sense of like, oh, right. Yeah, I know this feeling. It's interesting as the world is having this like shocking, as a community. And by the way, the HIV, and that was largely responsible for the formation of the gay community as it exists today. It brought together all these disparate groups and created it. So anyway, to circle back to aging, and these are the folks on whose shoulders we stand. They're the ones who were willing to stand up long before we even imagined it. And so Centrelink, one of the things they do is they contribute, in ways that help this community. Sage is an amazing organization. I was a board member of a group called Gay and Lesbian Elder Housing out here. They have actually been subsumed within the LA Gay and Lesbian Center. So when you contribute, they have taken over all of the senior advocacy stuff and all the stuff and housing and everything. So you're contributing to that. And Sage in New York is again one of those that does advocacy and services for elders. And why it's particularly important, obviously, is not only is it a fragile community from it's just the virus, basically what we're dealing with now, age-wise, and New York. It's really important. So please, I just want to say, guys, we're doing this, one, because we love you, and it's an extraordinary thing. We have the best fans in the world, truly, because our fans have come to us for entirely different reasons. It was a great story, wonderful, all that, but also because this show is about heart and love and about transformation and equality in a way that no other show has ever been. And so our fans, I think, reflect that. So please know that a large reason why we're doing this is because we want to help support this organization. Please donate, even if it's $5. I know it's a tough thing to ask for in the current climate. Everyone is struggling in different ways. So look, if you can't, you take care of yourself. You have to take care of yourself first and foremost. If you can give $5, if you can give whatever you can give, please help them out.
Beautifully put. Thank you so much, Roberto. We will see you later in the broadcast. Yes?
Love you, Scotty. See you in a little bit.
Love you too. See you in a bit.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Awesome. How you guys doing? Great? We're going to chug along. There's someone I want you to meet. We were lucky to get to do an interview with him just yesterday. He was a last-minute addition to our invites here, but he is the man most responsible for the look of Queer as Folk. He created that vibrant club-like atmospheres that we had in this show, all those ramping shots where the camera would go in like that and stop and move, all that muscle that we had to the show, and especially in the club scenes, came from Russell Mulcahy, who was our very first director on the show. He directed the first 3 episodes of the show. Russell came out of the music video world. He did some of the most famous music videos back in the day for Duran Duran. He worked with Elton John. He worked with Freddie Mercury. He is the man. He's crazy. We love him. And Peter and I were lucky enough to get to sit down with him and talk to Russell. And I would love for you to meet Russell Mulcahy right now. Please enjoy.
Hello? Oh my God, look at that. That's bizarre. Hello, sir. Hello, how are you? Hello. Hey, Peter. My God. Russell, it's nice to see you. Wow, look at you. Oh, gallery view, okay.
Yeah, if you click on
Oh,
gallery.
there you go. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, that's better.
Otherwise, we were very small little minions at the top.
We're always small minions to you. We won't even now.
So what do you remember about Queerscope? What do you remember about doing the pilot? What do you remember about coming back to see us a few episodes later?
Those 3 episodes together, 3 hours.
Yeah, 3 hours of the pilot.
Yeah.
I have a little picture I'm going to share with you. Okay, memory. There you are.
Oh my, look at that. Look at that. Now that's okay. And there's Tom Best in the background.
Oh, that's the back.
I think he did most of the episode, didn't he?
He did all of them.
He DP'd all of it and then started directing some later on.
What's wrong with your eye there, Scott? Have you got like conjunctivitis or something?
I think someone did some really bad de-reddening of my eyes.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Look at that punch.
I remember
Look
that.
at that punch.
That was
Wasn't it?
Where was that? Was that a rap party or something or what?
No, that was at Taya's house. That was within the first week when we started. We had a big barbecue or something at Taya's house in her backyard.
Yeah, right.
That was all us just getting to know each other still. Too.
Everyone looks so depressed. I tell you, it was just such a wonderful time. But even
talk about it a little, Russell, because you initiated, the look of the show so much with the ramping shots and all that kind of stuff. And I'm guessing a lot of that was stuff you would use in coming out of the music video world. Like, where did the ideas to film the club scenes the way you did and all that? Where did that come from?
Yeah, a lot of it obviously came from the music video world, but also this is probably one of the last remaining times when we shot on Super 16 mil. It wasn't digital. We shot on film. And so the beauty of the film cameras was that we did those radical things like ramping. We could turn the camera off and back on and off. Let's say get these flash frames, and so it was very organic. And Tom Best was just extraordinary. And so he did the camera, hand holding camera. Because I remember, I think in the finale of the pilot, or the 3rd episode, where when Randy comes down the stairs at Babylon, he comes.
We were talking,
and of course, your voice lived on all 5 years when you were there or not there. Anytime there was a ramping, someone would go slow and normal.
We were talking with the other directors.
Oh my God!
We were talking with the other directors about how Queerscope doesn't get enough credit for being at the forefront of cinematic television. That it really was one of the first TV series that wasn't shot like conventional TV. And
Right.
I think that the influence that the show had is huge. Is huge. There's it really pushed open, like kind of threw open the doors in terms of how do you want to shoot this? You can use all the tricks in the book.
Yes.
Highlight the emotional experience for the audience. And
Yes. It definitely we had a beautiful canvas work on, and we were allowed to use whatever techniques we had and whatever felt right for the emotional, the fun, whatever show. There's so many amusing times. But I remember in pre-production, we were outside the office and on the grass, and we were testing conditioner in a squirt bottle for the famous cum shot. And so we're there, and we're the thing between our legs, and we're out in the broad daylight, in the grass, and there's some workers across the street, which we didn't quite notice at first, and we're going, stop, two, and we're shooting, that's a line, that's a good one, and then I like the sound, just going, what? Day one, I remember day one of the shoot, we were in Gail's apartment, the big lofty apartment, and we're doing the first sex scene between him and Randy. And it's all happening, and it's like, this has never really been done on TV before. It's like, oh, whatever. And I remember the operator, who was an ex-Marine, I forget his name, he was filming this, and he just looked up and went, so this is what it's about, is it? But then he turned to be the most wonderful, just the initial shock, and I think it was like the second scene we did that on day one. And it was like, might as well go on the deep end straight away. Yeah.
Yeah, we tore the Band-Aid off pretty quickly on the show.
We did.
Speaking of Gail, is that a painting of him behind you?
No, because the funny thing about that painting, I bought that painting in Toronto. But that's not Gail. That's some boy with green hair and red lips.
I know it's not Gail, but there's a lot about that bone structure right there that looks very Gail-esque.
There's a great camaraderie on the set, you know. And also off the set, I remember with Hal, I think maybe you joined us a couple of Sundays, but every Sunday we'd go to dim sums and hang out. It wasn't just a daily job. It was like, it was a great bonding with everyone.
We were all ripped out of our lives, like except for Taya. None of us lived in Toronto, so we were all in on each other. We had more meals together that first year than apart, I think.
Yeah.
And it was great, and it really helped the show. It helped the show.
Yeah, just fantastic. And do you remember the scene in the gym when I think Hal was foreground and he was doing the crunches, and we had to do dialogue, and the scene's about 2 minutes long, and I had Hal doing, and he's fairly fit, but after about take 10 or 15 at various angles and doing crunches, and you guys chose very relaxing exercise in the background, very glamorous. You go, I don't think he could sort of sit up for like an hour. I think I came back for episode 18 and 19.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the famous or infamous steam bath scene.
Isn't that the one where, if I remember correctly, you went to move an extra and you grabbed him sort of from behind and your thumb slipped inside him?
They were also greased up.
Well, they were meant to be. They were meant to be sort of faux performing and whatever. I remember the little assistant, the second and third AD, went in at one point and came back and said, "Oh, this is the best day of my life." And so we're going through. We did like I've been there for about 2 hours filming and whatever. And the funny thing is, when we finished filming and all the smoke protested the steam dissipated, the place was full of condoms. Empty condoms. It was like, we weren't really active, were we?
Yes.
Yeah. In those early years, a lot of the backgrounds were partying.
Yeah.
Yes.
One incident where some background artists were in the bathroom and having intercourse and ended up knocking the entire sink off the wall because they were up on the sink. Oh, yeah.
So the sex was good, obviously.
It was very good. At least we were promoting good sex. All the respect to you for creating the
template that all the other directors really kind of had to follow and establishing that energy of the show. I mean, I remember, you probably do as well, but when I think we were well into maybe shooting the seventh season of the show before we were allowed to see the pilot.
Yeah.
We had not been allowed to see a lick of film. They were very deliberate at not letting us see anything. And they finally showed us the 3-part pilot. We went over to Hal's place to watch it. And the thrill and the excitement it gave us, and Gail's first entrance, the way you shot, like you made that show exciting,
Yeah, it was a fun show. And it will always be dear to my heart. I tell you, I mean, this show was a milestone for me also. It was so gratifying, and I mean, I remember going to the edit. I mean, I'd go to the edit every Saturday, and the editor, what was the editor's name? Bill Pooch. Yeah.
Bill Pooch,
yes, exactly. And a very charming and applicable name, very cute.
Yes.
But he'd go there and he'd play these scenes, and he'd put the most wonderful music on the rough cuts, and he would turn to me and he'd be in tears. He was so, it was I just love my Saturdays.
Russell, it's so good to see you, and we all truly feel you such a debt of gratitude.
Oh no, listen, I owe all you, you guys, the whole cast. You brought everything to the table, and you let all your emotions. You were raw. You were fabulous, and it was just a pleasure. You made my life very easy because you just delivered. It was like, just turn the camera on. It's great because these guys. Seriously.
Well, thank you so much, Russell.
Well, you guys be well. I love you all. Love you all.
Stay safe.
Love you too. Thanks, Russell.
Bye.
Wasn't he amazing? Russell Mulcahy. So now when you watch those first few episodes of the show, now you'll know that was the man. That was the man behind it all, Russell Mulcahy. Okay, I want to bring someone on now that Russell kind of, I believe, spoke about when he mentioned the early days. He spoke about a young Marine, an ex-camera operator. Are you a Marine, Sean?
No, never have been, never will be. No.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sean Jensen. He was our camera operator for the first 3 years of the show. You got to, first 2 years, excuse me, of the show. It felt much longer, Sean.
No, it didn't. It was wonderful.
It was wonderful. So you got to work with Russell a little bit. What was it like helping create that look of the show, that initial look of the show?
Well, that story you told was 100% true, because here's a little ex-Mormon boy from Alberta come out to the big city working on the gayest show on earth, and he's using terminology I had never heard in my life. And so we're doing that first rehearsal or take or whatever, and Russell's like, no, you got to go to him when he's doing such and such and this and that. And I was just like blank faced, and I'm like, I have no idea what you're saying. And he explained everything, and boy, it was an education. It was an education. Holy smokes. But we had
a big education.
So much fun.
Well, you did such a great job, Sean.
Thanks, buddy.
And Sean was very generous, and he donated one of the items we have in our auction today.
No, I got it. Hang on.
Do you have it right there? He can show it to us. Are you wearing a tutu, Sean Jensen? I mean, are you?
What? No. Scott, come on.
That is embarrassing that we just saw that.
Here we go.
So this was a season 2 crew gift. A beautiful leather Roots QAF2 Queer as Folk 2 bag that Sean has donated to our auction. You can bid on that. We actually have 2 of them. We have one from Sean, and we have one from director Jeremy Podeswa, who you'll meet later in the show. Nice. So we have 2. They're beautiful bags. Yeah. I've used mine all these years. I love mine. So
I haven't used mine. I've been afraid to use it. It's so nice. So it's practically brand new. It's been sitting in a storage closet for 20 years now, or almost 20 years. Yeah.
like Sean, when he first started working on Queer as Folk, it's a virgin. What?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but anyways, but I was going to go through all the items, but we're kind of running behind now a little bit. So I'm gonna maybe get to the auction items later, but go to the auction site, see all the amazing items we have, like Sean's bag there, donate some money. Sean, buddy, yes, what? You were going to say something?
No, you're just making a comment. Anyway, go ahead.
That's all. I was going to thank you for coming, and we're going to
Awesome.
move along. It's so good to see you, buddy. Thank you so much for joining
Great
in.
to see you. Thanks
Love you.
everyone for tuning in.
Yes. Thanks, Sean. All right. We're going to move on real quick now to, I want to bring on a few people who you may recognize, some of our favorite guest stars on the show who got to work with our dear friend Gail Harold, who sadly cannot be here with us today. But I wanted to represent him somehow, and I thought who better than his old office mates. I want to first bring on the extraordinary Carlo Rota, who you know as Gardner Vance from the show. Hi, Carlo.
Hey, hey.
How are you, mate?
I'm very, very well. It's so nice to see everyone. There has been very little aging that has gone on. I mean, Sean Jensen looks exactly the same.
Exactly the same, right?
Same hairstyle.
I think all those years we spent in steam baths and things like that on the show, I think somehow like did something for all of our complexion.
Yes, it did, and that's my secret is the steam baths.
I can see it's working for you. And let me bring on also another old office mates of Brian Kinney's, his wonderful assistant who he never could have got. Hey, buddy, who's that?
It's my son.
What's his name?
Darius.
Hey, Darius.
Come say hello.
It's nice to meet you.
Say hello.
I'm Scott. Hi.
Scott. Say hi, Scott. Say hi, Scott, and hi, lads.
Hi, lads. Tell people to donate.
Say donate.
Donate.
Thank you. And now here is the lovely Stephanie Moore, who played Cynthia, of course, Brian's able assistant on the show. Hi, Steph.
What a treat. Hi, guys.
It's so wonderful to see you.
Carlo, you started talking and my knees got weak with that voice. And then my favorite Scott, I've always had the little crush on Scott. Hi.
Oh, hi, Steph. You're so sweet.
Well, honestly, who hasn't had the little crush on you, my friend?
Oh, stop it. So tell me, both of you, because we're going to move things along here, but I wanted to have you guys on the show because we just loved you and the fans love you so much. They talk about your characters all the time. Give us each of you like one great memory you have from your times on Queer as Folk. Steph, do you want to start us off?
That we're allowed to tell.
That you what can't you do? You can tell anything here.
I kind of remember the one time I was feeling really good. I was in the groove of this. I finally got Cynthia down and like she was moving and shaking, always looking good. And I remember I had to go to Brian's condo and I swoop in because he just wasn't pulling his weight. And I do remember swooping in to tell him what was going on and to tell him how to succeed on the next project. And I sat on his bar stool, which unfortunately had not been structured solidly, and it was 3 legs on wheels. And down I went a la Jack Tripper. And I didn't feel a lot of love and support from you. I believe you were there. Thanks,
But you handled it ably.
Yeah, I handled it evenly. It's then I remember that the beds were made of boards.
Oh, yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
I never had to lie down on a bed, but I heard many rumors about the beds with no mattresses and boards. Carlo,
how about you?
It's a story that I tell. It's a great little story because it just goes to show that sometimes, at the time, of course, I was a Toronto actor and I lived in Toronto, and I was lucky enough to have this recurring role on the show. And it was great. I got to know Gail very well. Gail became a pal. And but as a Toronto actor, you sometimes don't understand what your importance is or what the show or how well received the show you're working on is in the US. You know, you go, you do your work, you feel very lucky to be working and having a good time. And it was a great time on this show. But you don't know really what's going on. You're somehow shielded from it. And I remember it was the very last scene that I shot in the show. I think it was the scene where I actually had to fire Gail. And you know, the irony of show business is that I, the boss, fire Gail, but actually that means I'm fired. Right? I'm firing him, but that means like I'm gonna basically not be earning any money the next week. So anyway, so we do this scene, and then there's like, you know, cuts. That was great. I think we got it. And then all the producers came on set, right? And they were, I forget who it was that said it, but he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, well, it's a sad day because today we're saying goodbye to one of our most cherished actors." And I'm like, who is it? Who's leaving the show? Because I knew I was going to not be in the show anymore, having fired Gail, but I didn't consider myself one of the most cherished actors. So they were like, "Yeah, you know, it's been a great run and we've so enjoyed having you." And I'm like, who is it? And then he goes, "Carlo, goodbye." It was a great moment.
And your tiki torch flame was doused, and
it was a great moment because, you know, I realized, wow, you know, you don't know what's going on necessarily as the Toronto actor, and people did appreciate, you know, me being on set. So that was a thrilling moment for me, even though it actually meant that I was no longer in the show.
Your demise, the demise of Gardner Vance. Well, I mean, you both became part of the family so quickly, you know, and we were so grateful to have both of your talents on the show. And, you know, here we are 15, 20 years later that people are still watching your work, still remembering you all over the world.
Wow.
And I know what an impact you've had on people because I've heard it over the years. So I wanted to make sure you were part of this celebration here today.
Well, it's very nice of you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you both so much for coming on. I hope to see you much sooner than it's been. Too long.
Yes, right. Well, you're still in Los Angeles, right?
I'm in New York right now.
Oh, you're in. That's right. You were saying.
Hopefully heading back,
right
but
now.
I will hopefully see you back there sometime soon, Carlos. It's been a
and
very
Stephanie,
long
you live right next door to me here in LA, don't you?
I'm in Toronto right now.
No one is near you,
I have
Carlos.
an apartment in LA.
No
Still.
one is near me. It's true. No one is near me.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to say farewell to one of our most favorite actors.
One of my most cherished.
Our most cherished actors. Let's hear it. And a big thank you for Carlo Rota and Stephanie Moore. Thank you both. It's lovely to see you. Thank you. Okay. Isn't that cool? Carlo and Stephanie. Isn't that amazing? All right. So we are currently up next is going to be Dame Sharon Gless. We are trying to find Dame Sharon Gless. She is hiding somewhere down on Fisher Island. We are going to try to find her. In the meantime, though, this gives me a perfect opportunity to play for you one more video of one of the great centers that Centerlink works with. So please enjoy this video. Hopefully when we come back, we will have Dame Sharon Gless.
We Are Family is the oldest LGBTQ youth organization in the state of South Carolina, and we're based in Charleston, South Carolina. As a Southern grassroots organization, our mission is to provide support and resources for LGBTQ youth in the Low Country. We Are Family offers a wide variety of resources for our queer trans youth. We offer peer discussion groups, GSA support, coalition building, and we also offer programming in the community such as Queer Prom.
Closet Case Thrift Store is operated by We Are Family. Closet Case is a social enterprise thrift store that benefits the community, and all the proceeds from the thrift store help fund the programs here at We Are Family.
There we go. Another great center. That's where your money's going to go when you donate to Centerlink, when you bid on an auction item, and that money's going to go to Centerlink. So please look down there at the bottom of the screen. Donate by phone. Text Stay Home QAF to 44321. Or you got the website there, LGBT Centers. Join me. I'm stalling for time. Donate. Oh my God, it's very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, we found her. We sent a yacht out to Fisher Island down in Florida, and we bring you now live from her office. I hope she has her Emmys hanging out behind her because we know she's bringing her Golden Globes. Here, ladies and gentlemen, Dame Sharon Gless. Hello, my Dame.
Hi, honey. I was just sitting here in the green room eating fish and chips and all the nice things that you set out for us.
Oh, you're so sweet. It's so
I've
good
been
to
watching
see.
you for about 45.
Yes, I think it's
and
about
enjoying it.
How did you feel? Have you missed me in the minutes that we haven't spoken to each other?
Yes, Robert was saying such fine things about people watch the show because of the scripts and the you know the warmth and the wholesomeness. And I wanted to say, Robert, they wanted to see your naked body. I mean, let's really talk about it.
Let's really talk about it. Oh, what's that on the shelf behind you? I
What?
can't. Right behind you on the shelf. The other way.
Oh, I forgot to put them away.
Oh, is that the Emmy Award? Oh my goodness. So,
Oh, gosh.
so wonderfully tacky.
Yes.
Thanks for finding the light for that. Hey, Sharon, we have some wonderful guests who wanted to reunite with you today that we're so happy to bring back into your life. Would you like to see some of your old friends again?
I would.
Well, the first one I'm going to bring on, she kind of tried to take over your life on this show, and she's been such a big supporter of Queer as Folk. We love her so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring on the amazing Rosie O'Donnell now. Please make Rosie feel welcome. Hi, Rosie!
Hi, Scott. Hey, Glessy. How are you?
Hi, honey.
How's it down on the Fisher Island?
It's okay, but we miss you.
I know. I wish I was there, but I'm here in New Jersey.
I know. I
How are you doing, Scott?
I'm doing great, Rosie. It's so wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining us.
It's my pleasure. I've been listening for a while here. It sounds so interesting.
You're very patient. Thank you for waiting back in the green room.
My pleasure.
So I wanted to ask you, because I know when you came onto the show, well, tell me about your journey. You were a fan of the show. You were obviously a fan of Dame Sharon Gless.
Of course.
And you had started watching Queer as Folk before. Was it your idea to come on the show? How did it come about you coming onto the show?
You know, I was doing a movie of the week, sort of, I guess you would call it, up in Toronto. And one of the makeup or hair people said that they worked on Queer as Folk, or the wardrobe person, I think. And I'm like, well, could you please tell them that I would like to be on the show, but there's a couple of caveats. All my scenes have to be with Sharon Gless, and I need to get to kiss her.
Yes.
And the woman said, are you sure that's what you want me to tell them? I'm like, word for word. And so my agent called me and said, you're not going to believe this, but you got an offer from Queer as Folk. And they said, please tell Miss O'Donnell that she will be kissing Miss Gless.
Well,
I got roses at the end. When Ro was finished shooting, she sent me roses and it just said, you're a good kisser.
There you go.
Well, the sad thing is it shows how much power you have in Hollywood, because we all had that same thing in our contracts and none of us got to kiss Sharon Gless on the
No. I throw my weight around, Scott, when I need to.
And it was so wonderful. You brought such great energy to the show, too. It was so exciting for us. What was it like for you to get to work with Sharon finally?
Well, you know, somebody growing up with the Cagney and Lacey in my formative high school years, you know, that was a pretty big thing. I mean, Tyne and Glessy, they're pretty up there in terms of people my age looking for role models and acting people to worship. The both of them, I think, what they did on that show and then what Sharon has done, and Tyno ever since. I've been followers of their career and their talent. And I love doing it.
My credits.
What? And
I
what?
missed my credits.
Oh, yeah. She's got a lot of credits.
I was so nervous. I went to her trailer the morning that she arrived, and I was so nervous meeting Rosie O'Donnell. You remember when I came into your trailer that morning?
I do, but we met briefly at the show Cabaret, didn't we?
We did.
Yes, that was the night. That was the day that Columbine happened because I was sitting with Katie Couric.
Yeah.
He had to leave. So that was in April of '99. I met you for the first time, and then thrilled to get to work with you in this. But she was nervous in my trailer. She was very nervous, which I thought was so funny and cute because I'm a big fan.
And I've grown to love her dearly. She's one of my bestest friends.
She's remained one of your biggest supporters, hasn't she? You guys go cruising a lot. Don't you go cruising a lot together now?
Yeah, we do. I'm there in Miami a lot, so all through the years she would come over to my house and hang by the pool or go on the boat with the kids. The kids call her Sharon Lollipop because she used to bring C's lollipops.
C's lollies.
Every time she came.
Right.
And
I walked to her house and I dive into the ocean with my clothes on. And,
yeah, we'd always go on the boat. So we were on the boat one day and Sharon had like a full kind of gownish, not, like
fabulous
to the ankle. She looked fantastic. And we were all in the pool and the kids were jumping in and one of the kids said, "Come on, Sharon Lollipop." Boom, he went right in.
I am not afraid.
No, you are not.
No. Ro goes out in the ocean and she's got a thing. The dolphins, right? The dolphins, right?
Yes.
How many one day? 20 something?
20 something. I think they know the boat. I call them and they come right to the boat.
They come.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's
Sharon didn't believe it till I showed her it. I'm like, watch this.
Yeah.
You call them and you
they just come and follow her.
And they follow the boat. And so a lot of times the Coast Guard pulled me over and said, you're not allowed to feed them. I'm like, I'm not feeding them. They're just coming to mama. Come home to mama, dolphins.
And they love children's voices. So Rosie would let her children scream in a high-pitched sound. That's the only time I let them scream.
Exactly.
And the children's voices would also pull them in.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Because
Yeah.
I had that same
We don't have a picture. We don't have a picture to sell of this to make money.
That makes sense.
Right.
Rosie, can you stick around, or do you need to go? Or you want to stick around a little?
I'm sticking around.
Awesome. Because while we're talking about kissing Sharon Gless, I want to bring someone else who did some kissing on Sharon Gless, and that is I know Rosie's going to get mad, but this is the amazing Peter MacNeil who played Detective Carl Horvath. Hi, Peter.
Hi, Peter.
There he is.
Hi, Sharon. Hi, sweetheart.
Hi,
Rosie.
sweetheart.
Hi, Scott.
Hi, Peter. It's so good to see you.
It's great to see you guys. It's fabulous to see you guys and doing this wonderful thing you're
Still as
doing.
handsome as ever.
Oh, isn't he?
Come on.
Still as handsome as ever.
Yeah, see, you can see I'm turning red already. No.
Peter, did you have any idea when you started the show that was going to at one point you were going to have to be bumping faces with Sharon Gless and other
That's
parts?
not all we bumped.
Right. Right.
Sharon took lessons and
took
so did I.
lessons on. Can I say what? Or is this a family show?
No, it is not a family show. You can say whatever you'd like.
You remember, because I think, Scott, were you not one of the boys in the kitchen with the vibrator who taught Debbie how to give a blowjob?
Yes, indeed. I think we discussed this later on with Ron and Dan a little bit, and how Horvath was a little concerned that you might actually be a prostitute, and Emmett was so proud.
That's right.
She was the
Right.
best
Peter
ever.
dumped me.
So I went and asked a couple of the girls, how could I rescind the favor?
That's right. It was really an educational show. It was really an educational
so
show, wasn't it?
much
It should have been
fun.
on public television.
It is.
When Peter and I had our first kiss, we got called into the producer's office. Do you remember that? Peter? Do you remember that? Whenever there were sex scenes in the show, the producers and the cinematographer would meet in the was it Cynthia's office?
Sheila's office?
Sheila's office.
Sheila's office.
Yeah, in Sheila's office, because they had to be nude and really do, stuff. Well, we had a scene where we kiss for the first time, and we're called in. Steeler's office to discuss
the kiss.
The kiss and how were we uncomfortable with it. And we looked at each other and said, I don't think so. Are you uncomfortable with it, Peter? No, not me. I said, no, not either. And the producer said, would you like to practice the kiss in front of us? Do you remember that? No.
We're very careful. I remember that first kiss. It was a scene in Woody's. And I remember when you had it, it was almost like a cartoon. You could have seen little birds, cartoon birds circling around. You both had like these like goo eyes. It was very, very sweet.
We were the cutest.
Yeah. You were the cutest. Well, Rosie and Peter, I have to make room, sadly, we have some family members now of Sharon's coming in. And so I need to say goodbye to you, but I'm so grateful that you both joined us today. And thank you for supporting Centerlink.
Hey, you guys are doing such a good job.
I want to bid on that duffel bag. Where do I go?
So you go to the.
I have one too.
If you go to the auctions, to the donation site, there's a link where you can also bid on the auction items right there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Go to the thing on the scroll there. And actually, one of the auction items, I have to say, Rosie,
very cool,
is a gift you gave us that I had never used. And because I have a bad shoulder, I've never used it. So I am actually auctioning it off. It's this beautiful bag that Rosie O'Donnell gave us as a gift, this beautiful messenger bag with the Queer as Folk logo on it. And it's one of the auction items today, thanks to Rosie.
Well, I'm going to go buy a whole lot of stuff. So great to see you, Scott.
Great to see you, Rosie.
I love
you. Later.
Love you, Peter.
Love you
I
both.
love you,
Thank
Sharon.
you so
Take
much.
care.
All right.
I think you're having Jack Weatherall on, aren't you?
Yes. Would you like to see Jack? Do you have something to say to him?
No, I just want you to give him my love. We're old friends from Montreal way back in the day and in Toronto as well. And
Well, before you leave, then, let us indeed bring on Jack Weatherall. You can tell him yourself.
There he is. Jack, how are you?
There's Uncle Vic.
Oh, it's so great to see you all.
Hi, bro.
So terrific and exciting, and what a great
tell you
cause.
something. Peter, what would you like to tell Jack?
Jack, I just want to say it's been how many years since I've seen you?
Well, it's close.
Toronto,
I didn't
Montreal.
realize that it was 20 years since we started this, and it's shocking to me. So it's been at least 15 years.
I think the
You
last
guys
time
worked
you
together on
came
the
sailing
show?
with me on my boat.
Yes, and I got sick. I'm not a good
I was
sailor.
never invited on the boat.
Funny enough. Yes, I got to sail around the Toronto Harbor. Peter is an expert sailor.
Wow.
Oh, poor Jack got sick. Anyway, I just wanted to stay on a little longer so I could say hi to you, Jack.
Absolutely. That's what this is about. That's a happy reunion.
I miss you, Peter.
We do miss you, Peter. It's so great to see you.
Boys.
I miss you guys so much. I had so much fun on that show. And it's wonderful what you're doing here with Action Link. So
Thank you
Great.
so much, Peter. Really appreciate it. I hope to see you very soon.
Take care of yourselves,
Take
everybody.
care. Bye, Peter.
Hi, Peter.
There he is, the amazing Peter McNeil. And now, again, here's Jack Weatherall, played Uncle Vic. Hi, Jack.
Hi, Jack.
Hi, Sharon.
Brother and sister reunited.
That's
so
right.
lovely
I
to
still
see you.
have the big Jack. Do you remember Ball and Jack?
I have it in my bedroom. I have the one you gave me.
I know, and I have one that I gave myself in honor of you.
Good. That's
And we
good.
thought since we had you on as well, Jack with Sharon, we thought we'd bring in the whole family. And so we're going to bring in your son and your nephew. Here again is Hal Sparks. Oh, here's all his awards.
Sorry. You caught me in the middle of rearranging my awards. Mother was on, and I thought, I have this human rights campaign award for my work that I've done, and of course the work I've done with Project Angel Food. I just don't have a right place for them. They balance the room so nicely. I'll put them over here temporarily. I feel they'll break the desk. Hi.
There he is.
Hi.
Baby
And
boy.
here now also we have your son-in-law. Let's bring back Robert Gant. There he is. There's the family.
Hi, Robert.
Hi, honey. This is Ben's newer jacket that we got later on. So I just want to say, Sharon, this is my first scene ever on the show. And I remember the line I said, I'm looking for Wonder Woman. And she said, you found her.
Did I say that?
You did.
Uh-huh.
And by the way, I have a picture of the three of us in Miami when we were launching the 4th season,
Right.
stuff, and I'm literally posting it right now on my Instagram. So,
And I'm going to share with you all a picture. See if this brings back some memories.
Oh, the game.
Now I think this might be the last meal you all share together before poor Uncle Vic kicked the bucket.
And then showed up on camera more often. I swear, Jack had the joy of dying on the show and then getting more scenes. I thought that was one of the best things about it, and it was really
as a ghost.
That's right.
It's wonderful that I didn't die from HIV. I died from Debbie's cooking.
Is that
That's right. Yeah,
you died from
Jack,
Debbie's cooking. Isn't
that's
that
right, Jack?
appropriate?
I have to say, like, Jack, when we got the script where you were dying, where you were going to die, we were heartbroken. I remember, and we were so lucky that you came back in the form that you did later on. But it was a lot of us having our first experience of somebody, leaving the show in that respect, and this specter of Jack's disease hanging over the family for a long time, and being a part of the storyline that informed Michael's relationship with Ben, and Debbie's fear of what it would do to Michael. After watching what you
what it would do to you.
That's sweet. But he. Well, that's why you were mad at me at that dinner, why you were against it in the very beginning. And remember that all that trouble. But when we saw that,
it was very uncomfortable for me.
Yeah,
Debbie was not having Ben at that moment.
No, and it was because of it. But Jack, I remember seeing that script and that you were dying in it, and on a personal note, I was heartbroken because I love working with you, and you're such a sweetheart. And that was a shock. It really was.
I thought you had a heart attack.
I did. I died in my chair. How wonderful.
You didn't have to fall over or anything.
And you and I had a terrible, terrible fight.
That's right.
Yes, that's
You got
right.
very
You and I had a terrible fight.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
And that was an aftermath story too that went on for a while.
Yeah, a lot of grief.
Just forever. Huh?
Speaking of a lot of grief, I'm going to bring Peter Page back now to ask some questions from the audience.
Oh, that's sweet.
Hi, Peter.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Peter.
Hi, my beloveds. How are you doing?
Peter's the first person I met on the show.
That is true. We didn't even have the jobs yet.
Producers in this really awful, filthy building, and I thought, oh my God. It was really old, broken down building. They rented a room.
The old
Anyway,
Asahi
getting out of
building.
the elevator, and this child was standing there. So sweet. And I didn't know where I was going. And I think you said Queer as Folk. And I said, yes. You said, right down the hall.
Yeah.
That was very thrilling. My memory of you, Sharon, is when we did our very first scene that was just the two of us. It was episode 107. We were
In
at
an art gallery?
Yep. And we were looking at a painting, standing side by side, and I was like, holy shit, I'm doing a scene with Sharon motherfucking Glass.
I remember that in the art gallery.
Yep. It was an amazing moment in my career.
And I knew that you felt that way, so I got very nervous, thinking, God, I hope I don't let him down. It's not that good.
And then I found out, like, meh. No, I'm kidding. It was everything I wanted it to be and more. I want to know from Sharon.
Flashing back to that Christmas scene that she did where she broke the ornament. I'm remembering all of us in this moment, like for some reason, just because that was all about Uncle Vic being gone, and I'm just remembering that day. It was like Christmas in the summer, right? Do you remember that? We were all wearing very warm clothes in a very hot room, but it was very cool.
I have two questions for Sharon. The first is, what's your most memorable scene? Boil it down. Your single most memorable scene in all of Queer as Folk, Sharon.
Oh God.
You had to know this question.
There was one I know Hal's already mentioned where I had to slap him for the first time, and I was so petrified, so petrified. But he gave me tremendous courage to just haul off and hit him as hard as I wanted, and I did. And the editors made a film out of it. Do you remember?
To Blue Danube.
Slapping. all year. Just
I
kept
love that.
laughing.
That's real. That was amazing.
I have several. I loved a scene I got to do with Vic where we danced. They brought a dance teacher in.
Best
She
dance
just had to
partner I've
do
had.
something while we were doing the laundry.
That's
And,
right. Yeah. You're pretty good too, I thought. No choreography. We came up with that.
I like doing a scene. There was the one where Gail and I got stoned. You guys remember?
Yeah,
And we
I love
did
that
it in the
scene.
read through, and it was the first time that a scene in a read through got an applause. Because we were absolutely just we weren't really wasted. But
those are all very good ones. And then
the jury's out.
There was one other question that the fans had for you, Sharon, which is, did you base Debbie on anyone that you knew?
actually, I did. Believe it or not, if you met my mother, you'd go, what? I based it on my mother, who is one of the most elegant women you would ever meet. She's the most, she barely speaks above this. My mother had the greatest heart. And I based Debbie's heart and her love for her child on my mother. And if you saw Debbie and my mother in the same room, you'd go, what?
Your mother is
it was the
literally
love
rolling
she had
over
for
her
that
grave
boy. That I beg your pardon?
I said your mother's rolling over in her grave right now. But,
Yeah, I know. But I swear to God, it was my mother's heart that I based it on. How
That's so
much she loved
beautiful.
it.
That's
And
so
the day before I came up to Toronto, I went to a restaurant. Those ladies who have the things and the handkerchiefs and the long nails, the waitresses. And I sat there and watched one particular waitress all morning.
That's so great. I know the fans will love hearing that. I want to say to our fans who are watching right now, if you wish you'd had a mom like Debbie, give a donation in her name. Give a donation.
That's right.
Please. Debbie's,
Give a Debbie donation.
Give a Debbie donation.
A Debbie
If you
nation.
Now,
love
I
this-
want everybody to go easy on me because I'm still barely in the stock market, so you know what I'm saying. But I will, as a recommendation from one of our boys yesterday, I will match a donation that anyone makes in the name of Queersville.
Oh.
Sharon.
Now, go easy on me because, as I
Right.
said, I'm still in the stock market barely. That's it.
Do you want to give a time frame for that, Sharon? So it's not the entire.
Yeah, you do it for me, Scotty, because I don't know how
All
to
right.
do
I
this.
tell you what.
Sharon.
That's all Uncle Vic's money that went.
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you a time frame. So we're going to be.
My friend Dawn is watching, and I know she's going,
Are you crazy?
Dawn, your friend Dawn is Rico, so Dawn needs to.
Dawn will pony up. We know Dawn
Yeah.
will pony up. So listen, we're about to say goodbye to this beautiful family in their
Wait,
honor.
I have one more thing. Is this on? I have one more thing that I was going to put up for auction.
Oh, yes.
I have about 20 of Debbie's t-shirts.
Those are big.
And I've
hits
always
right there.
meant to give them to a charity, and I never did.
Wow.
Wonderful.
So I don't know how much to charge for them, but they're very valuable.
Okay.
Do them all separately.
We're going to figure out the logistics of that. This is
And very dirty.
live streaming, and they're
So even more.
But listen, so for Sharon Gless's matching grant, we are about to go to a video interview with the creators of the U.S. Queer as Folk, Dan Lippman, Ron Cowan, and 3 of their favorite writers on the show. It's a long bit. It's about a 20-minute interview with them. If you donate during the time that video is playing, Sharon Gless will match that dollar for dollar. How does that sound, Sharon?
Mm-hmm.
So people, let's bankrupt Sharon Gless.
That's the goal. Yeah.
Let's take all of her network TV money that she made over the years.
Guys, Jeff, I just noticed, Scott, Jeff Bezos is watching. Cool. Anyways, let's go to the video.
I'm so grateful that I got to marry into this family.
Aren't you all? So we're
You
going to
guys
say
have to make sure
goodbye.
this is all honest.
We're going to say
Oh, yes.
goodbye to Dame Sharon Gless, to the amazing Jack Weatherall, Robert Gant, Hal Sparks for now. We'll
Jack.
see some of them later in the show. Peter Page, thank you again. We'll get some more questions from you.
My boys.
Goodbye.
I love you all.
Love you, Sharon.
Love you all.
Bye.
Love you.
Thanks for coming, guys. Love you, Jack.
Keep
Thank
up
you
the
so
good
much for
work.
coming. And Dame
Thank you for
Sharon Gless,
inviting us.
I love you so much. And I do have to mention, by the way, just
Do
because
I leave myself or do you erase me?
I will eliminate you momentarily, but I do, because this is my live stream. I do want to make a plug for my own personal project on this, where you can see the amazing Dame Sharon Gless in my series Adoptable.
It's so good.
Is now streaming on the Star Baby Network. If you want to see Dame Sharon Gless in a hilarious performance, I'm so proud of the job she does in this. Gail Harold plays her son in my show Adoptable. So go to starbabynetwork.com and you can see Adoptable there. Dame Sharon Gless, thank you for joining us now. And
Scotty, you're brilliant in that.
I love you. I love you. And I'm going to see you a little later at the end of the broadcast. Yes?
Okay.
Okay, go have fun. Love you. Bye. Oh, she was still talking. That's how it goes. So, as I mentioned, I want to play for you now an interview we did earlier in the week with the creators, the brain trust of the show that you love so much, the U.S. Queer as Folk. Ron Cowan, Dan Lippman have a long history of creating amazing television. And for me, personally, the highlight of their career is the amazing creation, Queer as Folk, that they invented the US version of this show. These are the people behind it. And I have a great conversation with them and a few of their writers on the show. You're going to hear from Del Shore, Brad Fraser, and Michael McLennan. I want to share that with you now. I think you're really going to learn a lot about the show. And this was such an amazing conversation. It actually went on about an hour and a half. And I am tomorrow probably going to put up the long form version of this interview so you can hear the whole thing, because these are the brains behind what you love about Queer as Folk. So please enjoy this video. Here we go.
You sound surprised. Did you have horses? What did you think we were going to look like?
You thought we were going to have beards like Rick Van Winkle?
Exactly. Well, so here's Michael McLennan. Can you see him?
I'm just creating me my art right now.
Look at you.
This is great.
Hi. And there's Brad. Hello. From Toronto.
Hey, Brad.
Can you hear me? And here's Bill.
Great.
I have a really good storyline for the lesbians. Oh, good. Hi, Del. Hey, everybody.
I'm going to share. Michael sent some wonderful pictures.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, God.
So when you're talking about the room, there it is. There's the brain trust. That's great.
There it is.
I recognize us all. Oh, here's Ad. Hi, Adam.
We don't look different, do we?
No. You look like a rock band.
There. No, I think we're still recognizable. Yeah.
Oh, of course. So, all right. So, Michael and Brad and Del. So you joined third season, yes, or did some of you come in second? Third season, right?
I was in the second season.
You were second season. That's right, Michael.
And I think it was when Dan and Ron were still in Toronto that I met mostly with Ron. And I was totally intimidated by Dan. I totally got them backwards. Yeah. But
Me? In terms of who to be intimidated by, you mean?
Yeah. What intimidated you? Michael, what intimidated you about? Why was I intimidated to you? I don't know what. Anyway, that was quickly disabused of that. Can I just say one thing before we go on? I don't want to usurp our host, but I just wanted to say that these three are not only brilliant writers, all three of them individually, but they're wonderful human beings. So glad they came into our lives. And I just really have to say that, and continue to be brilliant and wonderful people.
I agree.
All right, go on. Go on,
I
Mike.
concur as well. No, please.
I'm not too intimidating, Michael. Go on.
Well, can I say that
Yes, Del.
it is an amazing experience. I've done a lot of, enough TV, and to work for these two men was just a dream. It's like in my house, if I could give you a tour, I only have, my stuff on the wall except one other piece of work, and that's the big poster of Queer as Folk, because it was such a pleasure to work for this show and an amazing cast. It was an amazing experience, and this writing team, we made friends. So
Sure. And had fun. Lots of fun.
I've never had a better job, to be completely honest with you. It was, the only notes we got were for more lesbian sex. That's,
And that was for me.
Exactly.
And I agree with Brad. I agree with everyone. It was sort of like a once in a lifetime experience, because we weren't just writers, we were friends, and we were also members of a group therapy session that lasted for several years. We know everything, I think, or pretty much everything.
So many times each of us would start by saying, I've never told anybody this before. And we would sort of delve really deeply into our experiences.
Can you give an example of that? Is that something you're comfortable with? Can you give an example?
Well, maybe not so much an example, but what really worked for me was that Dan and Ron came in with ideas, and very specific ones, but they were also open to opening those ideas up and doing something else with them. If you remember, in fact, Scott, with your storyline, originally the idea was that he was going to get hooked on Percocet. And that was going to be his drug problem. And we all bashed that around in the room for a day and kind of went, Percocet, you get high, you're boring, you sleep, you fall on the floor. How about if you got on crystal, which is a big problem in our community? And that's a lot more interesting because there's sex and all kinds of acting out and things like that. And so it went in that direction, even though it had come in as another idea of addiction. We expanded on that through all of us talking together in the room.
And then a great example, I think, is Michael brought in his stories about the fairies, and we put that into the fairy connection. And then I started getting a lot of shots in my face, and your character was Ron said, Ted should be worried about getting old like shots in your face.
So I have you to thank for that, Del.
I was committed with a lot of poison. I found the doctor up in Toronto.
Now, I wasn't sure what kind of shots you were talking about, so it was open-ended. There were stories that we thought would take 6 episodes to play out, and we would be like, by the end of 1 hour, we'd be like, I think we're good with this. And then there would be, one-night stands that once we started to dig into them and explore them, we felt like these merited, seasonal arcs. So we were always being surprised by our own storytelling as well.
I think, Scott, your storyline's a perfect example because, when we landed on the notion of crystal meth, I don't think any of us knew where it was going to go and how long it would go on. I don't think any of us knew it would continue on into a second season. We didn't foresee how deep we would go into that particular story. And like Michael said, some stories, you said, okay, that's enough of that. Other storylines, like the crystal meth story, we found so much more in it than we ever expected.
Because it affected all the characters, not just him.
Yeah, and we didn't see how it was going to keep expanding and affect everybody in the story. It wasn't just your problem. It turned into not your problem, Ted's problem. How it just kept growing and expanding, and it brought in so many ancillary storylines. And
Ron, what you did, and Dan, what y'all did, and I still use it in my writing today, you challenged us to scratch deeper into the psychology of these characters and to really understand what motivated Ted to get to that, and how did he get to here.
Thank you all for coming, Stephen, Roger, James, and of course,
process as a group. That's part of what we're talking about, how we exposed our own insecurities and fears and feelings that we shared in that room, and that led to finding those aspects of the character. I mean, if we hadn't talked through personal stuff ourselves, and I'm not saying our own addictions, because we wouldn't have addictions, but you can certainly imagine going there. That's what a writer does. You imagine going there. And so we talked about so many personal things that became part of the story, or we brought things to the table that others of us didn't know, like about the fairy convention or about bug chasers. I never heard of a bug chaser until we started talking about it.
We were very much into what was happening every day, and the bug chaser thing, which people got a lot of flack for. And we got a lot of flack for that story where Debbie would not allow Michael to date Ben. And yet, it was true. And in fact, it was good for us. The controversy was good for us.
What I loved about what Ron and Dan did, and that challenged all of us, is that never shy away from the flaws of these characters. They are flawed human beings, and I think that one of the things that made the series controversial on one hand, but successful on the other, was that we told the truth.
God knows how we would navigate this in today's world of, live streaming and live tweeting and things like that. But Ron and Dan were adamant that there was so much pressure from the fan base that they wanted certain things to happen. Just let these two people love each other. Just let this person be, quote, nice. Make those two people break up. They would drive people crazy that they wouldn't be getting what they wanted. And I have a vivid memory of Dan talking about how it doesn't matter, or they hate a character. And it was about, I remember Dan saying, it doesn't matter why they're watching, it's that they're watching. And they might not know it, but they might be watching this show because Brian pushes the buttons, because this relationship is so frustrating. And that an audience is not the guide. As long as they are watching, that's all you have to worry about. And then it's up to us to give the stories that we feel these characters merit, not what an audience tells their showrunners they want to see. And I think that bedrock philosophy around not sort of pleasing the audience is why those characters are so enduring.
One wonderful thing about everyone in the room is that they are truly hilariously funny. All of them are really funny people. I mean, one of the joys of the room is spending time with people who have a sense of humor. I don't know how people even get through their lives without a sense of humor or laughing. I mean, oh my God, you die. So I would think we were making each other laugh constantly. And I think what people who watch the show may have not had a lot of experience seeing is, I think of the show as a comedy drama. I think there was as much funny stuff in our show, and I think we could talk about that too. As I went serious stuff, and like we were saying each week, you didn't know what you were going to get. 1 week it would be funny, next week it'd be tragedy.
My name is
constantly mixing it up, and
Ted is a perfect embodiment of that value. I mean, your skills as an actor, Scott, but also just the way that.
And when you write comedy right away, it's not real because nobody in real life is that funny all the time.
Being
and of course the stories are going to be over
disabled
the top because
on
comedy is over the top. Right. That's what it is. So yeah, we spoke in what Brad was saying was theatrical language that we brought to a medium that is not inherently theatrical. Some of your stuff with Peter, with Emmett, I treasure that stuff. I love the storyline where you took Viagra and it wouldn't go down. That was
that shot where the doctor in the silhouette just
yeah, the silhouette. We couldn't show an erection on screen, but we did through a curtain, and when you and Peter were teaching Debbie how to give a blowjob, and when the cop, what's his name? Horvath broke up with her because he thought she was a prostitute. And it was so touched by that. He said, oh, I'm so proud. You know, I mean, I treasure those scenes, you know. It was just glorious. I treasure them as much as all the issues that we go through right about.
Do you each have a story of a storyline or something you pitched that either got laughed out of the room, or there's like, what's the most absurd storyline you came up with that you thought was brilliant at the time that just didn't happen? Brad?
Let me go first. It was my first day in the room. People didn't really know me. I didn't really know anyone. And I thought, well, I've got to have a really good pitch for tomorrow, something that really makes them wake up and see me as I am. So I pitched that Ted gets a dog and he loves it so much that Emmett becomes convinced he's into canine and having sex with the dog. So the whole cast has to stage an intervention to make him stop fucking the dog, when in fact he's not even doing it. And the silence that fell over the room, I finished that pitch.
Well, I don't remember this at all.
Well, the problem with the story was that he wasn't.
Well, no.
That's why we rejected it. It just
Having sex with the dog.
You know, going back to something you said at the beginning of our conversation was, you know, in some ways I don't know if we were ahead of the curve or whatever, or prescient, but sometimes we did tell stories that came to be true years later, that at the time were looked at as over-the-top stories. I mean, certainly how we ended the show with the bombing of Babylon came true,
unfortunately,
many, many years later. I don't know where that came from, our collective unconscious, or just a horrible coincidence. I don't know why that is, but
well, it's that deep dark fear, right, of everybody in that community, especially, and taking it to that dramatic level. You could see that this is possible, this could happen. That kind of hate exists out there then, and even still.
And even still is a big, because I think so much of what we did, I could say even still, even though, you know, some people I've heard say, oh, the show is dated, and I want to know, how is it dated? I mean, I miss the good news that there's no longer HIV or AIDS, or that people are no longer having unsafe sex. I miss the news that gay people are no longer, you know, being threatened or being bashed or whatever. And I didn't hear that story. I missed the story about parents throwing their kids out in the street, or I missed all those stories that, you know, that no longer exists. That's wonderful news. So other than Grindr, you know, yeah, you can get married, but that's not the be all and end all of gay life. You know, that's not it. That's not enough. All these.
So Bob and Dan, I want you to know that, you know, when we were doing the show, my daughters were just really young, and they're now 27 and 30. And recently, Caroline binged the whole show, and I'm like a new hero to her. She just really felt it was so current, and just could not believe that it was so far ahead of its time.
I have gay young friends, not just gay ones, who've watched the series as well, and they actually borrow my discs and go and binge on the whole thing, and they say the same thing. They say, why isn't there something like this on TV now? How did you guys get away with this?
As a cast member of the show, so being, you know, the more public face of it and hearing more directly from fans, you know, again, this is 20 years since we started, 15 years since we went off the air, and all over the world. I mean, not just here. I mean, Asia, all throughout Europe, Australia, Russia, you know, places where it's still much harder to be gay, even than in the United States right now. They get bootleg copies of this show still. The show still has that rebellious rock and roll spirit to younger kids.
I think, you know, as Scott was saying, gay issues are very different all around the world, and we're not all at the same place. And Queer as Folk was and development, and that time is still happening in Russia, in South America, in places like that, where they are only getting to that point. And I notice this because I produce my plays down there a lot now too, where the queer community is getting vocal enough and confident enough to demand their own stories and their own work the same way we did in the last quarter of the 20th century. So I think on that level, it is always germane to somebody somewhere, depending on what they're going through and where they are in their development.
So much of the fan base is not even gay who's watching this show. I think, when you're talking about the education value of the show, the getting rid of a phobia by letting people learn about a world that they didn't know about, I think the show helped enormously with that and continues to do that. I think that's partially why, as Peter always said, they came for the queer, they stayed for the folk. And I think
I agree. And I think one of the surprises for all of us was finding out who actually watched our show. I was very happy that a large percent of the people who watched our show, maybe the majority of people who watched our show, are women. Because maybe those women have kids, or maybe those women one day will have kids, and maybe those kids are gay or will be gay. And I'm really happy that they saw our show, because maybe they could absorb something from watching it, some sort of kindness or compassion to pass on to their kids.
But I wanted to sort of echo some of that to circle back to the not giving the audience what they claim they wanted. For example, Brian was such a controversial character, and I can't tell you, whenever people found out that I wrote on the show, I got one of two responses. One was, who's gay, which actors are gay and which aren't? And the second was, I can't stand Brian. Because I would want to interrogate that a bit, because I think there's a lot to really admire about Brian, but he pushed buttons for people. And I think what's happened now is that the world's caught up to when it was first airing, was that the queer audience was very uncomfortable about the truth-telling that the story was doing. That we were really only used to two types of depictions, in my view. One was the sort of insulting, queer minstrel show type of version of representation, and the other was sort of the poster child. And this show wasn't interested in either of those. And so it was very uncomfortable for queer people to see themselves presented knowing that straight people were watching this. I had a friend, when I got the job, he was so excited, he told his friends at work that I would be writing on the second season, and Queerscope happened to be on that night, the first season. And it was the infamous bathhouse, there are many bathhouse stories, but of course the infamous first season bathhouse storyline. And he was outraged that would be on the show. He told me that the next day, and I said, but guy, you go to the baths like 2 or 3 times a week. And he was like, well, I don't want them knowing that. Yeah. And that encapsulates the tension that the show had. And I think as a community, we're now able to appreciate it without getting all squirrely about it, about how we're being perceived, because there's been so many other things in context.
Yeah, there was, we didn't talk about that, but there was a lot of negative from the gay community. I would go to, I remember being at a pool party or a party in Malibu, and some guy comes up to me and he goes, somebody just told me that you wrote for Queer as Folk. And, just the way he said it, I thought, oh, this isn't going to go well. And I said, yes, I do. And I'm very proud of that. And he goes, well, you don't represent me. I just want you to know that show makes us look bad, and that does not represent me. And I said, well, go and write your own fucking show then that represents you, because it represents a lot of people. Whether you like it or not, it represents a lot of people.
I developed a standard response to that. When people said to me that show doesn't represent me, I would say, yes, people who don't see themselves represented on TV are usually boring people. That's why they're not there.
Yay!
Always got a laugh.
For Gay as Blazes was definitely our response. And I just loved doing Gay's Blaze with Mr.
Me too. So funny.
We didn't make a lot of friends.
We had each other.
Brad is like the embodiment of Brian. I mean, his real life, he will say, and he will tell you the truth in the most.
Well, I'm sometimes nice about it.
I love that about you. I mean, you just say it as it is, and if you can't take it, then that's too fucking bad.
Swear to God, Brad is always honest.
And
Brad is always honest.
And Brian was always honest. Brian never lied. He was also very loving and supportive of all of his friends. I found him to be a very admirable character. I loved writing, and I think in our own ways, Michael and Dell, all of us had that Brian element that we told the truth, and if we offended you, too bad. Yeah.
Well, I'm so grateful to you all for doing this today. I'm grateful on behalf of the whole cast, of course. It was, an honor for us to get to breathe some life into all the words you created.
Let's just say to all the fans, thank you.
Yes.
For your years of love and support for us.
Devotion to the show.
And let's also wish all of you good health.
Stay safe.
Be safe. Be well. In these very, very bad times and
unimaginable
and
times.
we all have each other and
we'll get through it together.
We will.
As I say, we will get
So
through it.
thank you. We love you and be well.
Yeah. And John,
And donate. Exactly. That's the most important part of all this. I hope you enjoyed that. I think it's such an interesting discussion. As I said, I'm going to put up a longer version of that. It goes about an hour long. If you subscribe to my YouTube page, you'll get a notification maybe of that. I will put that up. I'm going to try to get that up tomorrow for you because Ron and Dan and all the writers have some really interesting insights into the show I think you're going to like. So I want to play you because, again, we are here to raise money for Centerlink. I want to show one more center that Centerlink works with. I want to share them with you. And when we come back, we are going to be here with the lovely Michelle Clooney right on the other side of this. Enjoy it.
When I came to the center,
When you came to the center, I needed someone
to
talk to. A friend had just come out to me.
I didn't know other people like me.
I wanted to connect to my history, our arts, my gay dentist, my lesbian supervisor,
My cis friend.
the straight acting barista, the silver daddy.
Well,
I needed a safe space.
welcome to live streaming. That's not the right video at all. Hold on a second.
We found allies. I learned.
It'll be over in a few seconds. We'll come back to this one later. It's fascinating, isn't it? This is what live streaming is about. I felt welcome too. Yes, I'm welcome. You're welcome. You're all welcome. You're welcome to donate.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome to the William White
LGBT Community Center. You are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I feel welcome. So, getting back to our show. We'll get back to those videos later. My apologies. So I want to bring on now one of our favorite cast members, of course, from Queer as Folk. You know her as Melanie, of course, the lovely, the vivacious, the beautiful Michelle Clooney. Welcome, Michelle Clooney.
Hey, Scott.
How are you?
I'm doing well, but you are killing me. You're doing so well, and I'm tearing up. I have a flood of memories coming at me.
What memories came at you? what kind of memories came at you?
Oh, a memory when I saw Sharon, a memory with Sharon, and memories of our scenes together. And the first night I was in Toronto and I didn't have curtains on my apartment. And I stayed the night in your extra bedroom, and you were such a gentleman.
Oh,
and
thank
yeah,
you very much. What can you think of, like, when you first came onto the show, when you first came in? What were you scared? Well, like, tell like a little bit before you just started filming. What were you going through, going up to Toronto? Share a little bit of that.
Okay, wow. I wasn't scared. I was excited. I was very excited. You know, we just heard Sharon Gless was going to be on the show. And of course you hear that and you're like, wow, you know, we've got some integrity. I mean, we are hot to trot here. And that was thrilling. And I had already met Taya at the audition, and she and I connected so well. And also we all met at the audition, and we all kind of gravitated towards each other. So I already felt a sense of camaraderie, a sense of family going up there.
Yeah.
And Peter and I flew up together.
You and Peter did.
Yeah. It was really sweet. Peter and I flew up together, and he was a little nervous. You know, we were young. We were very young. And nervous to fly, of course, now. I mean, he jets around like crazy. But I got him a little pillow for his neck. I noticed he was nervous, so I went and I got a little, like, one of those neck pillows that you kind of like that. And it was just sweet. It was so many great memories and moments.
Well, let me see if I can spark a few more. I found a few pictures. If I can.
Oh God, no, please! I'm not watching.
No, some of them are good. There's one that's, you know, we're going to have to.
More auction items. Oh.
Was that Jenny? Like, I couldn't remember if that was that your daughter on the show, or was that just somebody's daughter?
No, that was Carla's daughter.
Oh.
Right.
I don't know. I was
Yeah,
like,
that was
you with a little
Carla's
kid. I thought that was real cute. Your maternal side there.
Yeah.
Showing that even back then.
So cute.
All right, let me find. I have one more that I thought was really sweet.
Oh no, don't. I know.
No.
I feel it coming.
No, this is the last sweet one.
Hang on just a second. Oh, that's so cute.
That's cute.
Hey, hang on just a second. Dashiell's calling. Hang on
Okay.
just a second. And I found some more auction items too.
Oh,
Bring on-
great.
bring on- okay, hang on just a second.
Okay. All right. You're going to go.
I'll be right back.
Okay, great. This is the Michelle Clooney segment, and this is how it goes in real life too. I'll bring it back to me. Well, maybe while Michelle is gone, I will bring back. I want to bring on some
I'm
of the.
so sorry.
She's back. Oh, here she is.
You
Hi,
ran
Michelle
out of
Clooney.
apples. I am so sorry. Can I just say one more thing, though?
Yes, please.
That I will match up to $2,500 donations during this segment. So
You hear that? Right now, donate now. Michelle Clooney, if she gets up to $2,500, she is going to match that amount.
I'll come up.
Amazing. Isn't that incredible? And Dashiell's going to give some money too.
He just asked for chocolate. Okay, can you give me just a second? Okay, I'll be right there.
Do you want to go give him some chocolate?
Yeah, I just got chocolate. Oh,
Yeah. If it's good, just give him the good chocolate. Don't give him the garbage chocolate.
What, sweetie? That's Uncle Scotty. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna come upstairs with me.
Oh, great.
Okay, sure.
This will be fun. So, listen, while we're going upstairs, I want to bring on some of your old guest stars. What do you think about that?
Yes.
So I want to welcome first someone Melanie did some very naughty things with during the show, didn't she? I want to bring on the lovely Angela Asher. Find out, there she is.
Angela!
You look stunning. Michelle, my God, you don't age.
Well, it's running for chocolate for her child, keeps her looking young.
Hey, you look so fabulous.
You both look fabulous.
Michelle, God bless you.
Let me bring on as well, if I can. Where is she? Ray Bodie. There she is. You all know her as Dusty. Let's bring on Ray. Hi, Ray Bodie. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you.
So fun.
It's good to see you alive. We lost Dusty in the bombing of Babylon, so it's nice to see that he's still alive.
At least the last thing that I had in my eyes and in my ears was Cyndi Lauper.
Not a bad way to go, right?
Pretty good way to go, right?
Gotta go.
Dancing with your girlfriends, watching Cyndi Lauper, not a problem.
That's great.
It's a good way to go.
And can I just this is my hallway. Do you see this?
Oh, there's the poster.
Wow.
Me in the wrong.
Oh, it's gorge.
What a great poster.
That's before they photoshopped Scott.
I know. Scott did a bad thing. And I also want to bring in, he's a wonderful actor. He was part of the team that played Tanis and Philip, who worked at the center and would come on and be rather annoying at times, but always would crack me up. I want to bring Clinton Walker in as well, too. There's Clinton.
Every time I think of you, I think of this.
Yeah.
That was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. It was
And I
great.
have to tell you, I stole that from Kermit the Frog, so I cannot own that completely. That was
That's great. That's great.
So Angela and Ray and Clinton, share with us if you can. Just give it like one memory you had, something you've taken with you from your time working on Queer as Folk. Angela, do you want to start? What do you remember most about your time working on the show and working with the lovely Michelle Clooney?
Well, I have to tell you, it was an amazing experience. Michelle and I she reached out and we spoke on the phone. So, and I remembered things so vividly. And I remember that they accommodated me. I was terrified to do the sex scenes. I really was. And they graciously moved that to the end of the time that I was on there. And I remember this, Michelle, and I didn't tell you on the phone. My driver actually took me to a bar, and I had 2 tequila shots. So prior to getting to set, whatever it was it really 20 years ago we did this? Like, this is freaking me out. I'm getting old. Oh my God. Anyway,
fantastic.
Oh, God bless you, darling. So I got to the trailers, and Michelle's trailer was, I guess, one down from mine. And I remember walking up the steps being terrified, but I had the 2 tequila shots. God bless that driver. I wish I could remember his name. He was so kind and calmed my nerves. And I walked in to the trailer, and there was these long-stemmed roses and a bottle of champagne. And Michelle had the same. And I remember just, okay, well, fuck it. Oh, pardon my French.
I'm downstairs. Don't
Okay, sorry. So remember, okay, well, you know what? May as well drink, right? And then being makeup fully naked with makeup all over your body. I never knew I had that many blotches. Apparently you have to make up buck naked. So, whilst drinking champagne. And I remember the director was Ron Oliver, who is one of my favorite human beings. Just incredibly kind and compassionate and understanding and full of energy and vision on exactly how he wanted to shoot this. So I did share this with Michelle, and I don't know if you went and looked back at the clip, right? I don't have access to those, but so we get to the set, we're in our robes, it's a closed set and everything. And all of a sudden he dumps out this box of like dildos and vibrators. I personally had never seen such a thing like that in my life. Okay. Yes, I grew up a Catholic girl. Anyways, so I was just like, what? What do you mean? And he goes, just pick one out. And I'm like, well, what do I do with these? I don't understand. So it gets down to doing, the business, shall we say, of sex on camera. And
simulated
sex on, well, excuse me, okay, right, when my face is right down in your crotch, Michelle, it's pretty realistic, girl. So I don't know if you want me to, or perhaps what I had said about the going down to the nether regions, shall we say. And
look at Dusty's face.
I never
Dusty wants to know, apparently.
Great. I love
it. Okay. So I'm just kind of like, all right, well, I'm a little drunk, so let's go do it. And I remember Michelle, I'm going to say it, I'm so sorry, telling me that you were on that time of the month, right? But don't worry about it, because I've done this on stage, and you just snip it off straight from the stamp. I'm sorry. But I was just like, I am so in love with this girl already, because she is just so there, so present, so honest. I could not have asked for a more incredible experience, seriously. And my only experience ever with nudity. After that, no more nudity because I was just like, this is just, but let me just tell you, for my only experience with nudity, Michelle, God bless you, because you made me feel so protected. The whole crew was the most generous crew and protective crew. So that was one of my best experiences.
Wonderful. Thank
So
you.
sweet. It's, you know, it can be scary, especially, look, it can be scary for a series regular, but I can imagine for a guest star to come onto a set.
Yeah.
So I think the great thing is we had so many wonderful crew members. The crew members who took the job were incredible people. So we were surrounded by so much love and protection on that set. And working with you, Angela, it was just so lovely. Our moments, the moments connecting, when we are on our pseudo date there and we were chain smoking and
I threw up, remember? And I had to go outside all those herbal cigarettes and threw up in a puke bucket.
I know. But it was,
Ray, how about you, real quick? What's a good memory from you?
I just remember it, as Michelle was just saying, it was such a great, safe set to be on. Everybody was pro. By the time I rolled up, it was like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
Everybody knew what was going on. You guys have been in for a few years at this point, so it was all very chill. And I was just really grateful for the fact that this was some of my earliest on-camera acting.
Wow.
I was terrified. So to show up and everybody was just like, let's go. How are you? What's up? How are you feeling? It was just such a nice entry into that side of acting. Although I do remember there was one day we were shooting in a park, and because, you know, I was the lesbian who was heavily laden with many, many children, I had a fake one in my arms, there was a fake one in a stroller, and then there was a real one who wanted nothing to do with me. Like, crew was putting like little bite-sized, Halloween-sized chocolates in my pockets going, you'll get that if you walk with Ray Ellen over to that parkette. And she was like, no. She was having none of it.
A trick for you to try with Dashiell, Michelle.
no, he wants everything to do with me.
Big chocolate. That's awesome, Ray
All
Ellen.
morning until 5 minutes before I came on.
Of course, he knows.
Of course.
He knows. Yeah, he doesn't like.
Quentin, how about you?
Well, I love talking about my experience on QAF because it was so different than anything I had done leading up into that gig. I hear these stories about how the show changed the fans and changed the people who loved it, and I love hearing those stories. But I gotta say, it was changing people inside too. And I spent the first 5 years of my career hiding my sexuality when I would step on a set because I was afraid that my job would be in jeopardy, certainly in the casting room. But here, I got to gay completely out. It was encouraged. And as Ray said, the environment was filled with love and support. And so what a liberating experience to bring my true self to the table, to be able to celebrate that in all of its colors. It was a gift that I have never forgotten and I will always cherish. I gotta say, meeting Michelle for the first time, it took me a while to figure out that Michelle and her character were very different people. And I was very intimidated by Michelle's character. And so, boy, oh boy, I felt like I needed to up my game every moment I was with her. I think it was the first time we were sitting and having lunch together that I went, oh my gosh, you are such a different person. What a joy and a delight you are. I loved working with you.
Oh, so sweet. I loved working with you.
Beautiful.
And I wish we could work together again. So if we ever get a reboot, maybe we can bring Clinton back and bring everyone back.
Bring everybody back. You kidding? We're going back to Toronto.
We had this pool of incredible talent to pull from with our guest stars, all these great theater actors and fabulous people, not only great actors, but great people. And that was the joy of shooting in Toronto. And I'll never forget those years. Toronto holds a very special place in my heart. I'm getting chills as I speak because Toronto in Canada, you opened up your heart to us.
I agree. You would think after 5 years, at some point you would scrape the bottom of the barrel, but the talent pool in Toronto was endless, and we have three of the great ones right here. I thank you so much, Angela and Ray Ellen and Clinton. Thank you so much for joining us today and helping
Take
us
care. Be
raise money
well.
for
Be
Central
well.
Lake. Stay
Be
well.
well.
Stay well, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Bye. Bye, Ray Allen. There we go. Bye, Clinton. Thank you, sir. Beautiful. Well, Michelle Clooney, I want to bring on TV's Peter Page to see perhaps if he has some questions. Oh,
hi.
What?
Hi.
Guys. I'm a beautiful Michelle. How's it
Good.
going?
I want to see perhaps you have some questions from the audience for Michelle, some quick questions.
The questions, they seem to circle back to the same themes. Like, what's your favorite memory from the show, Michelle?
Oh, well, as you guys know, there's so many. I remember shooting the pilot and I remember Gail having our first confrontational scene. And I remember saying to myself, I'm going to go for broke. I'm going for broke. This show is about being unapologetic and true to yourself. And I wanted to set that standard for myself, whether it was a sex scene or a scene where I stood up to Gail. And I remember saying to myself, I'm going to slam every cupboard in this. I'm going to let him know how angry I am. I'm not afraid to be angry. A lot of times women on screen, before, not so much now, our anger was not celebrated like it is now. And I think when Dan and Ron said to us over and over, this is a show about warts and all, that I think that infiltrated not just, the fact that we were taking off our clothes, but these characters and their flaws. And so that scene between Gail and I felt like there's something I found in Melanie, a certain strength to stand up, to speak truth to power, that I loved so much about her character. So much. And so it wasn't a sentimental moment. It was a moment where you were seeing this female character be pissed. And
that was Gus's bris, right?
Yeah, Gus's bris.
Yeah. And Michelle, I must say, as your friend, you took that and you owned that part of yourself, and you use it now to speak truth to power, like as Michelle Clooney. And I think we all learned a lot from the characters that we played. I know I learned a lot from playing Emmett. Scott learned how to hate himself as Ted. So, but I salute that in you, Michelle, and it makes me super proud to be your friend. And
Peter, that means so much coming from you. That means so much to me because it did inform me. Throughout the years we've done interviews and people say, well, how did the show inform you? And I don't think I wanted to admit, I grew up in a family of Democrats. So I thought, well, I've always been political, but no, it was Queer as Folk that really was this turning point for me when we started organizing. Remember, we started getting out and campaigning. We campaigned for Gore, and it was a joy in my life to take what we had built and to be able to use it for causes and to actually create a better world. And it's informed me every day of my life since. I learned so much on that show in so many ways. And we still do. I mean, look, we're gathering together today to pour on the love because now more than ever, I was reading this article about LGBT centers and they're doing more online meetings, whether it's AA meetings or support groups. And so the silver lining, if there is one, is that if there is an LGBT youth in a city that doesn't have an LGBT center, they can go online and log on to a meeting at the Detroit LGBT Center, Chicago LGBT Center. And that's why we have to donate. We've got to keep the money coming in and keep these centers thriving right now more than ever. So
I agree. Thank you so much, Michelle. And thank you. Yeah, thank you for the voice you raise always for the right causes and helping humanity. You are a beautiful human being. And let's see how much money you're going to have to give to Centerlink now.
2,500. That basis is on.
2,500. It's awesome. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Michelle.
So do you want an update? Do you want to know how we're doing so far?
Yes, how are we doing? Yeah.
I think we've cracked the $20,000 mark between donations and auction stuff. And those are only going to keep going up. Some updates. The auction is up until Monday. Yes. And we're going to add Debbie's t-shirts to that auction. So
I have this t-shirt that I wore as Melanie several times. This was Melanie's favorite t-shirt.
That's awesome.
Because I love this t-shirt, but it's for a good cause. So this was worn several times.
So you can bid on Melanie's t-shirt, her favorite t-shirt. Raise Centerlink.
I found this too. This is Melanie's cheater jacket. I call it the cheater jacket. I wore it when I was having the affair with Angela.
Oh, wow. Very timely.
Is that suede, Michelle?
What?
Is that suede?
It's suede. Yes, in fact, I'll put it on.
That's a hot jacket, like just straight up.
I really wanted to keep it, but I can't. I just can't do it. we got it. We got to get these donations. So
All right.
That's a good jacket, y'all.
That's a great donation item. Thank you, Michelle.
Of course.
Love you, Michelle Clooney.
Love you, Michelle. We'll see you later in the broadcast.
I'll be around. Okay.
Love you.
Love you
Bye.
guys. Bye. Bye.
Bye, PD. We'll see you soon, buddy.
See you in a few minutes.
All right, I'm going to call an audible because this poor dear gentleman has been waiting so patiently all the way from Swansea, England, and it's very late there now. So would you please help me welcome Russell T. Davies. Hello, Russell.
Hello, my God. I've been sitting there loving it. You are so good at this, Scott.
I'm sweating inside so much.
You know that morning show thing with Jennifer Aniston and Reese Witherspoon and season 2?
All right.
The new girl.
I'll take it from you.
It's you.
Thank you, Russell. So Russell Davies, who created the original UK version of Queer as Folk, of course. It's so great to have you here today. And, you know, obviously you're part of the origin story of the US version. And I wanted to ask you a few things from stuff I got from talking to Ron and Dan about. And first of all, do you have any recollections of when you met Ron and Dan, and how did the transfer of power go, as it were?
Oh my God! Well, we just simply handed it over. I didn't want to be one of those people who, was looking over their shoulder. They literally bought it, took it, and did it. And I had remember that lovely visit to the set? I only visited once because imagine what a weird position for me to be. What an annoying presence I would have been. Going, oh, we didn't do it that way, like that. So I didn't want to be that person. I had a very nice weekend, but they flew me out to Toronto. I had one night in Toronto. I met you all, and then we all went to New York for the launch, and Helen Mirren was there, and then I flew home. And I mean, that's only like 2 nights, but it's like 2 of the best nights of my life. I've never forgotten. I remember every single conversation I had with you all there. It was just lovely. So
it was lovely for us as well too. And yeah, I think it's a very gracious thing for you to have done to really let Dan and Ron take this and make it their own creation.
Oh, absolutely. And they're so proud. I feel quite emotional seeing you all tonight, apart from the fact that Michelle Clooney fits into a jacket that was 20 years old. That's just cheating. How dare you? I feel like a real writer here, beautiful actors. You haven't aged. I can't bear it. But I've been listening for a good couple of hours, and I'm properly emotional and proud of what you all achieved. And like you were just saying, what a rare thing this program still is. It's funny, I've just completed another gay drama that'll be on next year, and it's a gay cast, and it's got a gay director. And I was sitting on set one day with the director, who's very out and very experienced. He's done an awful lot of stuff. And he just sort of said, in passing, he said, I've never been so relaxed on a set because I can just be myself. And that's in 2020.
That's amazing.
That's still today now, where professional people on a drama set, which you think would be the gayest place on earth, still have that little demon, that little devil above their heads going, don't be too gay, don't be too gay. Affect my job. Astonishing, isn't it?
It is astonishing. And, it's interesting. And something Ron and Dan also mentioned when I was speaking with them, that I think in one of the conversations you had all had initially, you had said something where you kind of warned them, get ready for the backlash and what's gonna come at you afterwards. Can you talk a little bit about that? What you experienced, what you shared with them about that?
Yes, that backlash of people sort of saying, because we're such an underrepresented group of people, and still are, and now, we are so aware now of trans stories that aren't being told, gender fluid stories that aren't being told. There's masses of lack of representation still, and so I kind of knew this before Queer as Folk went out, that people find it hard to see themselves on screen if you're not used to seeing yourself. If you're a straight person, you will watch straight people being monsters, being divorced, having drug problems, and you don't sit there going, that's not me. And it doesn't mean you don't have to be divorced, you don't have to have a drug problem, but you nonetheless correspond to a character on screen. There's a sort of quantum leap required for gay people to see themselves and recognize themselves. And actually, the truth of it is, now that 20 years has passed, I spent a good sort of 20 years going, people get very angry because they're so neglected, and they would say, this program doesn't represent me. And I went through the whole thing of sort of saying, well, it's not about representation, it's about good story and interesting characters, and that's what drama is, and you don't have to be represented. Now, after 20 years, I'm going, fuck off, this represents you so accurately. Shut up, you're just lying to yourself if you can't see how, and literally, because we had the 20th anniversary of the British Queer as Folk I went back and watched it again, and my God, it is like, I mean, it's almost, in some ways, it's like a documentary. It's an absolute representation of 1999 in Manchester, England. It stinks of the time. It's so accurate. And I don't mean the clothes, I don't mean the stuff. I mean our mental state, the way we talk to each other, our prejudices, our joys, our foibles, our madnesses. Oh my God, don't tell me that's accurate. Shut up.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what happened as Dan and Ron took the story and created that American view of that as well too. And as we continued the story for the 5 seasons, as they said in their piece a little bit earlier, so much of it was so prescient, and this stuff is still happening.
I used to get 4 seasons worth of stuff on VHS cassette. That's how old it is. Like the early VHSs of Queer as Folk USA would arrive, and I'd sit and watch. I did my early binging and box setting. I'd sit and watch them all. Amazing. Very happy days. Good old Ron and Dan.
Good old Ron and Dan. We love them so, and they did such a great job, as did you. And Russell, I'm so grateful for you to be a part of this celebration with us.
What a great day, Aaron.
It's good to see you. Have a good night. Thank you, Russell.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Amazing. Russell Davies. So great to see him. So I'm going to move ahead now, and I'm going to bring on an actor who I think a lot of you are going to be very excited to see. We've had a lot of requests come in for VIP questions with this gentleman. You know him as Justin on the show. And he's going to look exactly the same. It's going to be like you turn your TV off and he's right there. We love him and hate him for that. Would you please welcome the incredible Randy Harrison. Hi, Randy.
Hey, Scott, I'm on TV.
You're on TV again. See, you told me you wanted to be on TV again, and I got you on TV. What do you think about that?
I think it's great. You're doing such a good job. I've been dying watching it the past few hours.
Dying like for me or?
No, dying in a good way. I'm seeing everybody again.
It's lovely, right?
Yes, it's amazing.
It's a really beautiful thing. I want to bring on some friends for you. Would you like that?
I would love friends.
Some friends you maybe haven't seen for a while. I want to first bring on, we just love her so much. Michaela, who played Daphne, of course, Justin's best friend on the show, and another one who looks exactly the same, and we just adore her. Please welcome Michaela Smith. Hi, Michaela.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you? How is everyone?
We're doing okay.
The last time I saw Michaela, she was right about to have a baby.
Yes, about to pop.
You were about to pop in Germany.
Yeah. She's 5 now, so
5 years.
It's been a while.
That's beautiful. And how, Michaela, can talk about it a little bit, because you, Daphne was in that, very first episode of the show. You just had to dive into this thing, going to the clubs, all that kind of stuff. How old were you when we were filming those first episodes?
I was young. I want to say I was 16 or 17 at the time. Yeah.
Illegal. Why were you allowed into the show?
There were parts where I was not supposed to go. There were areas that were off limits.
Was it eye-opening? What did you think about it? Was it a little overwhelming?
You know what? It wasn't that much. My mom was an actress, so I was kind of in the showbiz life. So I was used to characters, let's say. So it wasn't that crazy for me. It was fun.
And as the only woman who got to somewhat get it on with Randy Harrison on Queer as Folk, can you talk about that a little for the other women out there who might like to get it on with Randy?
I know that there's people who are jealous. It was scary though, right? For me at least, it was scary. Obviously, I was young, and of course, it was a closed set, but still, it was an odd thing to be doing in front of a bunch of people.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Never get used to it.
Yeah. Do you have any kind of just one favorite memory off the top of your head you can think of, something that stands out when you look back on your years?
There's so many memories. It's hard to pick one that just shines above all of the others. I think one of my favorites was the dance, the prom. Prom was up there. That was a really fun night.
I agree. That's a beautiful episode. And we're going to, I'm going to play in a little bit an interview we did with Alex Chappell, who was the director who directed that episode. And he talks about that as a real highlight for him as well. Well, I want to bring in another pal of Justin's, but in a darker way, in a way that made a lot of people very angry. But he's the most delightful person in real life. Would you please welcome Fab Filippo, please? Hi, Fab.
Hello.
Hey. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing great. Randy, it's you and Fab again. Look at that.
Hi, Randy.
How are you?
Oh my God, I'm already nervous.
I'm nervous. I was nervous an hour ago.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, I just see you, and I'm like, I feel like we're gonna have like a sex meeting, and then.
I was just remembering that your character had a cat, and you were allergic to cats, and how we'd have to shoot you out and then bring the cat on set. I had totally forgotten about that until I was seeing all these faces again.
That's hilarious.
That's all right. And Fab, do you have what was your thoughts coming on the show, and how, you know, being one of those characters on the show that, shall we say, drew the ire of a lot of the Brian Justin worshipers out there? How have you dealt with that over the years, or even at the time, did you experience it?
Yeah, no, it's funny because I think that sometimes people can't really tell the difference between you as a person and you as a character, and you know, I found myself wanting to defend myself a lot, but like, you know, holding back. And I remember one of my best memories, just after the show had aired, after our episodes had aired, I was walking in an underground parking garage, and a motorcycle goes by, does a circle of the whole thing, and then comes back and stops. The guy gets off his motorbike, takes off his helmet, walks right up to me and goes, "You're on that show." And I was like, yeah. And then he goes, "I'm not gay." And I was like, oh, okay. Like, yeah. And then he just puts his helmet on and gets back on the bike and drives off. I was like, yeah.
That's awesome.
I'm pretty sure he was gay.
It was the helmet that tipped you off?
Yeah. And the need to tell someone he wasn't gay.
Awesome. Well, Michaela and Fab, it's so great to see you. I really appreciate you coming on and helping us support Centerlink and raise some monies for the centers out there, and seeing your old pal Randy again.
Thank you. So good to see you guys. You look so good. I want to say hi to Shannon.
Hi, Shannon.
Yeah. And thanks so much, guys, for having me.
It's great to see you.
We'll see you soon, I hope. Bye, guys.
See ya.
So good to see them. They look exactly the same, don't they? What is with you people?
Well, people don't age.
People don't age.
It's
so, I think we have, I'm looking in my my green room here. I think we have a couple of VIP guests. Yes, are you waving at me, VIP guests who have donated so generously to Centerlink for the opportunity to come on and speak with Randy Harrison for a little bit. And I think the first person is it Corey? Am I getting the right name? Corey Blake. We're going to bring Corey Blake on. Hi, Corey.
Hello. Hi, Corey.
How are you? This is Randy.
How's it going?
Who's that puppy?
Good to meet you too.
Oh, so cute.
This is my dog Barry.
Hey, Barry.
Hi, Barry. What would you like to talk about with Randy?
Yeah, so I had a couple questions here that I put down. One, where would you like to imagine that your character, Justin and Brian, would be at right now?
I have no idea where Brian would be. I haven't thought about that. I feel like Justin wanted domesticity ultimately, maybe. So I would like to think he went to New York and had a noble attempt at an arts career. I feel like he probably ended up in something arts related and found the man of his dreams and moved to the suburbs and raised a family. Probably lives in like Westchester and commutes.
It's very specific, but you haven't given it much thought. But it's on Elm Street.
Well, I mean, I think of him as a commuter. I feel like he's still working in the city, but I don't think he lives in the city. I'm sure he had like his like Chelsea period. It would have been Chelsea in like the early 2000s that he would have wanted to live probably. And then what? He found some rich guy and then left.
I love this.
All right, second question for you. This one is one I'm really curious about. So if you were to create another Rage comic right now in 2020, what would you go for? What would the theme do you think for Rage?
I mean, I think rage is still a very appropriate theme for marginalized people, and I think we need to continue to use our rage and celebrate it. So I would take that and move it forward to what's happening now. There's a lot, actually, more reasons to be angry.
Yeah. Let's see. Do you have other things written down here? What was the most difficult part of filming a show like Queer as Folk that can, be a little risque?
Yeah, you mean like the most difficult part about doing sexual content, or just about the show in general?
The show in general. Even sexual content as well, either one.
As far as the shooting of it, the most difficult thing was the hours were crazy. So especially if you had an episode that you were really heavily featured in, sometimes you'd be starting work at 4 or 5 in the morning on a Monday and wrapping at the same time on a Saturday morning. That said, compared to the crew, the actors had it easy, but that was exhausting. And then as far as the whole experience, for me, when the show originally took off and I started to get recognized, that was really hard for me initially, because it was a big adjustment to adjust to being a public person, because it just is not in my nature. So it was a bit of a shock to my system. Even now, even doing this.
What would your best fan experience have been? So the most positive experience with the fan?
Like 99% of the experiences I have are amazing. And especially the farther and farther we get from when the show actually aired, I encounter more and more people who came to the show at a time in their life where they desperately needed to see themselves represented, and the show offered that. I've had so many people tell me that they saw our show and they felt less alone from the environment they were in at the time. I have so many stories that I hear about people who were given hope by seeing these characters and watching the show. And every time I hear it, it's moving. I mean, it makes you realize that something I did 20 years ago made a difference and continues to make a difference. And that's a gift that, I mean, it's more than any actor can expect to receive.
Right. Yeah. Well, the show definitely did mean a lot to me. So
thank you.
I'm so glad so much, Corey. It's lovely to meet you. Thanks so much
Thank
for
you.
giving to Centrelink too. We really appreciate it.
Of course.
Bye.
Have a good day.
You too. All right, we have one more VIP guest, but before we get to them, we have a last minute. How'd you do, Randy? That was good.
I forgot his dog's name. Was it Barry?
I think so. I was
I'm
drinking
sorry, I forgot your dog's name.
kombucha at the time. But
I
we have
Barry, and then I didn't want to screw it up.
No, you did fine.
Thanks.
And we have someone else special to say hi to you before we get to Alex. Your mom. Your mom is here, Sherry Miller.
Sherry, you look gorgeous.
Oh my God. Hi,
Hi.
Randy.
So good to see you.
I'm sure you did too, but I had the privilege of seeing Randy rock it in Cabaret when the show came through a big theater here in Toronto, and with my 3 kids too.
Oh, great.
It was so good to
I
meet you.
love
Are you just so proud of him? Do you feel maternally towards him?
Sorry?
Do you feel maternally towards Randy?
Totally, except, I'm not sure, Randy. I think that I was on set on your first day on set.
I think you were.
I think
so too.
like it was a swimming pool thingy. I don't
Yeah.
know.
And Mikhail and I were sitting.
And I remember feeling, oh my gosh, I'm getting verklempt. I remember feeling that I felt such an affinity with you, and I wasn't sure if it was maternal or just the kind of guy I felt like you were, and you were fresh out of theater school.
Yeah.
Like you hardly done in camera. And I just remember thinking, oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be just fine. So there we are.
There you are. Well, Sherry, I'm so grateful you were able to come on and join us and help us support CentralLink and say hi to Randy.
So good to see you, Sherry.
You too. You know what? Can I just do one teensy 10-second plug?
Please.
Spent the morning watching Adoptable, which is, as you know, Scott's creation, writing, executive producing, acting.
I'll put up my banner.
It's fantastic. And you know, for all the queer as folk guys out there who after they binge watch Queer Again, they have to check it out because they can also see Sharon and Gail too.
Thank you, Sherry. That's so sweet of you. It just so happened that I had a banner to put up to tell people where they can watch Adoptable. So I appreciate that.
Okay, good. And I'll email you later. I didn't think I could carry on about it in this particular situation.
That means so much to me. Thank you for watching it. I really appreciate you doing that. And thank you for that.
Okay.
Bye, Sherry. It's so good to see you.
Love you, Randy.
Love
okay.
you.
Love you, Sherry. Bye. Your mom, Sherry Miller.
The best.
Isn't that awesome? She's the best. All right. Now we have another VIP guest who wants to come and say hello to you. This is Alex. Hi, Alex.
Hi.
How are you? There's two of you there.
Doing well. This is Sarah.
I'm their partner, Sarah.
Oh, what's your name?
Sarah.
Sahara?
Sarah.
Sarah.
Way more interesting.
We're calling in from Brooklyn, New York. How
Hey,
are
I'm
you
in
all doing?
Brooklyn too.
Oh, we're neighbors.
Randy's usually in Brooklyn. He lives like 10 minutes away from me.
I escaped, but I miss it.
Lucky you.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, thank you for donating to CentralLink so much. I will shut up and let you talk with Randy Harrison, who you wanted to talk to.
Oh, amazing. I love talking to both of you. I'm such a huge fan and definitely want to thank you both for your work on the show. And in particular, Randy, I came out nearly 20 years ago now. It seems like forever ago. And it meant so much to see like another young queer person on the screen. So that was amazing. And thank you both. Thank you both for the fundraiser. I'm also on the board of the Brooklyn Community Pride Center, so I can attest to the work that you're supporting here today. So thank you so much. And I really have just one question, and I just wanted to know, Randy, were there any storylines that you didn't get to do back when the show was on that you would have loved to cover?
I can't think of any. I mean, the writers were very open to listening to our suggestions and talking to us about different ideas we had. So I know, I feel like we incorporated everything that I thought of at the time.
Any extras you had crushes on?
What?
Any extras you had crushes on? You wish there'd been another storyline there?
Well, after the Fab storyline, we realized that whenever Justin dated anybody else, the audience turned on them. So I would subject another actor to have to take Justin.
You're like the Black Widow. Whoever kisses Justin other than Brian, they're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's definitely fair. Well, if you were to join the cast again, if the show were to come back, what sort of storyline would you like to explore besides the domesticity you mentioned?
I mean, I feel like it's such a different thing to be queer now, in a lot of ways, and I would want to address all that. I would want more trans characters and gender variant characters. I would want more characters of color. I would want to talk about how apps have changed, how PrEP has changed, the way gay people relate and congregate. I mean, there's so many things that there are to talk about. It's a shame there aren't like 5 gay shows on TV all the time, because there's a million things that we have to talk about, and there's a million queer storylines that still aren't getting represented. And so I feel like there's an unending wealth of storylines about queer people that could be put on television right now.
True.
Definitely. Well, thanks so much, you two.
Thank you both.
Thank you so much for your donation and for coming on.
Stay safe and well. I will see you in the park when things are better.
Yes,
Hope so.
hopefully.
Okay. Take good care. Thank you so much again for donating.
Bye.
Bye. That's cool. Let's bring in TV's Peter Page. I surprised them a little bit.
You did. I was typing things. Hello, Henry Harrison. How are you, my love?
Peter, I'm good. I love your shirt.
Thank you so much. I wore something slightly Emmety just to give a little vibe.
Flavor.
I confuse people with your maskness.
That's often my problem. my mask problem.
Oh,
that's the only maskness I have in spades.
Petey, were there any questions from the YouTube folk for Randolph, or did we cover?
I think we really covered them. I think we really covered them. Randy, do you? But I want everybody to answer this question because it's such a good one. What's your favorite, like, single one scene? The scene you know you'll never see anywhere else but Queer as Folk that you got to do. What's the scene you're most proud of on the show?
Oh, definitely the prom, the dance.
Yeah,
I got to dance. We got to rehearse the dance. I got to dance with a boy. I got to get beat in the head afterwards. It was perfect.
It was so powerful and so beautiful. We were talking with Alex Chappell the other day, which it's going to come up shortly.
Right next.
About that scene, and he talks about having to reshoot the shot of you turning your head, and the fact that it actually is Hal Sparks. If we
Spoiler alert.
Well, they'll get over it.
Well, I know that story a lot because it was like a pickup after we basically wrapped season 1.
Yes, it was the very last shot of season 1.
And I feel like half the cast and half the crew took turns hitting me in the head with a Nerf bat.
It was not a pinata. It was only Hal.
It was Hal Sparks, but he really enjoyed it, as far as I recall.
He did. I have video of it somewhere. It's all back in LA. I don't have it, but I have a video of Hal, and there was glee on his face.
For sure.
Not
For
the
sure.
show, but actual glee.
Oh,
But that's
so
a
good to
perfect
see you.
segue to get into going to listen to the amazing Alex Chappell. Randy, thank you so much.
Thank you,
and we'll see you back at the end of the show. Yeah.
Of course.
All right. Thank you, my friend.
Bye.
See you a little later. Bye, Petey Page. We'll see you soon too. Anything
I'll
you
see
want?
you soon.
Anything else
I
you want to
think
tell me?
No, I don't think so. Not right now.
All right. I love you.
I love you. You're bringing me back on shortly with Salvatore, right after this?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, we got two videos, and then you and Salvatore.
Okay, great.
Bye. All right. As I mentioned, I'm now going to play for you a wonderful interview we did with another of our favorite directors. His name is Alex Chappell, who has gone on to be one of the main directors on all the Law and Orders and that whole world. And hopefully I have him here. Yes, here's his chat that he had with Peter Page and I. And Alex, as you will find out, is the director of that prom episode that we've been talking about. And he has some great insights into that. So I hope you will enjoy this. No, that is not Alex Chappell. That is Michelle Clooney. That's not what I want. Let's try this again. Where's Alex Chappell? Here he is. Nope, that's not the right one either. That's coming up later. Boy, I'm doing really well here today. Let's try one more time here let's see if we get it right now. Nope, that's not the right one either. I'm going to give it one more try, people. This is why I am not a professional streamer. Nope, that's not it. I'm going to find it. I got to show you this. It's such a good interview. I'm not going to give up until I find it. Nope. How you folks doing out there? Anybody need a bathroom break? If you like, you have to go to the bathroom. I sure do. That may be why I'm not doing so well here. I might need to take a pee. There we go. Please enjoy the comic stylings of Alex Chappell.
How are you, you handsome bastard? Doing great, huh?
It's so good to see you. I like you're rocking the Elvis Costello specs.
This is, yeah, well, you know, I'm a glasses person now, so it happens.
Trust me, I know.
Alex, we invoke you. I know we haven't been in great contact, but we invoke your name and your presence all the time. When we're all sitting around, we bring you up and talk about you, and we give our double Chappell thumbs ups. And I, you know, my career has taken a turn now. I'm in directing, and I just wanted to say thank you. You among a few others, were such a huge influence on me being able to make that turn. You taught me so much, and I, just from watching you and interacting with you, I learned so much of how I wanted to do that job, and I just wanted to say thank you. I'm so grateful, so grateful. So
thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, you became very quickly, one of our favorites in our stable of directors. But when you were first approached with the show, it seemed like it was kind of different than some of the other stuff you've been doing. It's a long way from a 40s film noir to the leather dungeons and things like that.
Well, it's funny because when I went and looked in my files and I found some memorabilia for today. So what better segue into, you may remember. So this.
That was your first episode, right?
First episode, and
I mean, I have to say, everyone at Queer as Folk, it was always trial by fire. It was never like there was a walk in the park, but might as well. Hey, Alex, how about a leather ball?
I was like, wow. I just remember walking on set the first day, and Keith Rip said, "Welcome to the gayest show on earth." Like, what? What? And then we had all these meetings, I remember because we looked for these, we had to find the right dungeon for those, remember those scenes?
Yes, I do.
Was that the episode, Scotty, where you got put on the Iron Cross?
Yes. No, I remember. Yeah, that's right, Alex. You were there. And I think, and you did such, for me, you helped me so much find like that weird Woody Allen kind of blend of like, what the hell is like all this, the comedy in it, but then also the drama. You were always so great at blending those things.
Well, cheers, man. Looks back at you because it's like it can't ever be comedy. It has to come from a true place. Every time it's funnier.
Yeah.
But I remember we had to build it because it just the ones we scouted were just
couldn't find a good dungeon.
How are you,
in Toronto?
They're hard to shoot, and also they weren't also all the most hygienic places to bring 60 people. There's actors practical. But I remember we built it, and then we had Mr. Leatherman, Leather Daddy, in Toronto, and he was our advisor.
Yeah.
And
Dale something or other.
Yes.
How do you remember that?
I don't know.
Like along your lines.
God.
I can't remember what I had for breakfast.
Like 2 more drugs or something. That is unacceptable. That 20 years ago now, that's first season 1, 20 years ago now, you remember the name of the advisor who was there for 1 episode. That's pathological. I don't know.
Come on. Alex will go along with this. The guy who teaches you what it means to be a slave, you remember it.
I don't remember the guy who taught me what it means to be a slave. Hey! Hello! Anyway, continue on. Sorry. So
I just remember we built this set. We tried to get everything just right, and he goes, "This is a mess." And I was like, "Oh God, we failed." And he goes, "The nipple clamps could never be in there with the packs." And I just felt so inspired for truth, and we get every detail.
What were some of your favorite? What were some of your favorite episodes?
Well,
favorite shots, even or scene.
In terms of, a special episode. I think we have this.
The prom.
Yeah.
Right. You were the director of the prom episode, which is one of the
most iconic episodes of the series.
Yeah.
And beautifully, just incredibly done. She did it. The romance in that episode is so gorgeous, and then the horror is so palpable. It's really, really well done.
Absolutely.
It was so exciting, right? That first season, and everyone was just, it was like there was a magic energy, like everyone in it, right? Right to the end. That was a major episode.
Yeah, and I'm remembering too with that prom episode, because I feel like I had footage of this somewhere where we had to go back and do a reshoot of the actual move, the impact of the bat on the head. I just remember this very surreal. You had to come back.
Well, we were still shooting the episode, and
that's what it was.
This was a great lesson. I have the storyboards just right over.
Do you save everything, you crazy man? You have your storyboards from.
No, this was special. This was Queer as Folk special. So I kept I feel so lucky to have ever been part of it, and so I have a little special memento box for that.
That's awesome. All right.
But you know, here's our blocking. You know, and there's the actual sequence when we shot it. I'll hold it.
It'd be great if some ambitious fan took the shots from the actual sequence and compared it to that.
Yeah.
You know what, the shot that we did pick up, and I remember doing this, and it was such a lesson, was just, and it's probably all of 15 frames in the final cut.
Less than a second.
Less than a second. It was a close-up of Randy reacting to the back.
Right. So I remember in my memory, there's like this endless thing of we just had like black, we put up some blacks or something, and he did his tux in the scarf, and he would walk away, and Gail would say, Justin, and he would just turn like with this beautiful little Randy, like,
yes.
And over and over again. And Hal, I think, Hal was the one.
Yes.
They were which may have created a little tension. I don't know.
Some other, what other? Give us a few other good memories.
Well, there's this story where I found that I had to show, because I haven't done this a lot on Law and Order. This one says,
hand grabs boner through underwear. Yes, it does. That's correct.
You don't see that every day.
What was that?
Oh gosh, I didn't keep the context, but I do remember. I don't know. This is gonna be edited, right? I don't know.
Oh, that's staying in though. 100%.
You remember when Emmett? You know, I got to work with Emmett in so many different stages of his life.
Right.
But there was the porn phase.
Oh,
I'm sorry. That was one particular moment that I think of when we had to simulate a cum shot on camera.
Yes.
And what I learned was just the craft of that. I was going to speak to.
Sure.
Because
some useful information for all the viewers.
But this again, the timing with the props person with the syringe of special sauce.
Right. We had like almost like a turkey baster, like a sort of like, or like one of those things you suck the snot out of babies with.
Right.
And it was right below camera. And either I would do it, or the props guy would do it.
How many takes do you think you ended up doing?
It was way too many, and I felt so bad, and I want to apologize now for that. You know, there'd be moments where like it'd be going great, and then like there'd be such a blast of cum, but it'd be like that, and then like the bionic prostate.
That's any moment.
It's like Superman would come or something. It was just like that.
Oh, and I vividly remember them telling us that they were like, well, we tried different things. We tried hand soap, we tried lotion. We tried a combination of hand soap and lotion. We ended up adding a little bit of oil to, like, it was like they made cum.
So now this all begs the question too, are learning how to adjust a cum shot and this and that and all these things, that transferred, I'm sure, really easily to heading into the Law and Order world.
Yeah, Law and Order. I mean, I've been 17 years at Law and Order since. So,
have you ever had a moment where you were doing like a close up on a bullet coming out of a gun where you went, this kind of reminds me of Jerk at Work?
You're in trouble now.
I'm in trouble. I'm in big trouble. So on the cross with me.
Oh, Alex, it's so good to see you, man. And again, thank you so much for your collaboration, your generosity of spirit, your insight, and both as an actor and now as a writer, director, producer. You've been an invaluable influence on my entire career. Thank you.
And all of us. Thank you so much, Alex. It's so great to talk to you again. We'll stop recording. We can talk all casual now, but thank you so much for coming.
Come on. Isn't he an absolute delight? That's our Alex Chappell. We love him so much. I want to play another interview for you that we did. Sharon Gless was my cohort on this one, and we spoke with the wonderful team who did our hair and makeup on the show: Stephen Lynch, Roger Smith, and James O'Reilly. Let me get this up for you now if I can. And let you hear what they have to say.
Thank you all for coming. Stephen, Roger, James, and of course, Dame Sharon Gless.
Hello. Hey.
Yay! This is the
Who's
beauty.
seeing us? Are we talking to the world?
Well, right now you're being recorded, but you're going to be played for the entire world on Friday. This is going to be played during the actual live broadcast.
Oh my God.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah. How do I look?
You look beautiful. I asked them; they're the experts. So I wanted to. Roger and James have been really wonderful about sending me about 925,000 photographs of all their time. Because as fans may not
Are
know,
you serious?
in the hair and makeup trailer, they have to take a lot of pictures all the time.
I have kill rights.
You have kill rights for sure. I wanted to first off start, I wanted you to give some behind the scenes information about some of our cast of our show and how difficult they were to work with.
Love you guys. Love you.
Oh my God.
So we'll start with Dame Sharon Gless. Now, James, you spent a lot of time with her hair.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Look at that.
The wig.
That's a great picture.
James,
that is a really great picture.
Talk about the wig. How did you take it home with you? Did you sleep with it? How much time did you spend with that wig?
Oh wow. I didn't. Oh my God, that's not. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Oh well, no. I mean, I did. I did spend a lot of time with that wig. Oh my God, that. I had to. I washed it all the time, and I set it, and I made it look gorgeous, and then and then
Yes, you did.
I would reset it sometimes during the day even. I would just it was just so much fun.
Sharon, how long did it take to find the right wig for you?
Well, when I first got the part, I was in LA. I don't remember where I was, but I went to LA to Hollywood to this wig place, and I bought 17 of them in every color of the rainbow.
Wow.
And I took them to Toronto, and they changed their mind and said that for what they were paying me, they said they wanted to see Sharon Gless. I said they will if my voice, they know my voice anyway. So Ron and Dan said, you may pick one, and you may have one on a stand in your kitchen. So I put a blonde one in the kitchen, which no one ever saw, and we picked the red.
James, how many would she go through a season?
I think she had three. After the first year, not so good one. Then I think there was 3 for the rest of the series.
Wow, that is so neat.
It's a big one, and of course the glamorous.
Roger.
I
I look about 11.
So that's what you had to work with. So Stephen and Roger, for the makeup for Dame Gless, how long would the process take? What was the procedure? How was she in the chair with you both?
Well, sometimes she was awake. Because
I'm listening. Remember when I was leaving the trailer after you did me, you said, "Thank you, Miss Daly."
All right, well, let's talk about some of the other glamorous women you've worked with. Of course,
there's Rose.
There's Rosie O'Donnell.
That's right.
Did you guys enjoy working with her?
Loved her.
Yeah, she was fantastic.
Beautiful. And of course, the glamorous Miss Cindy Lauper.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
So talk about this. So this is from the bombing episode, of course, of Babylon. Look how happy James is and how miserable he is.
I know.
I love that shot. So Taya Gill,
that.
very difficult.
Oh, gorgeous. Whoa.
Great. Roger.
Gorgeous picture.
Love that shot. Yeah, so Taya Gill, notorious for being the person you could not even take a bad Polaroid of.
Yeah.
Beautiful in every photograph.
No kidding.
Really?
So Gail Harold, how put a challenge deal with that? I mean, look how many people it takes.
Oh my God.
To
I love the bike ride. Oh my goodness.
to make Gail Harold work. Like, that's a lot of people. So that must have been hours and hours and hours. Now, coming up next, more competition. Randy Harrison, how difficult?
Oh.
Again.
He still looks that young.
He does.
Yes. He still looks just like that. Look at you guys.
The amount of effort it must have taken you guys, the Herculean effort to make that look good for camera. I don't know how you did it.
I know.
Took about 10 minutes in the makeup chair. One stroke of flush of youth, I called it, and that some teeth whitening maybe. But beyond that, nothing much.
That great picture from Halloween of Steven where he came as Randy. And he put white out on his teeth.
Right.
And blush of youth on his cheek. And he cut his arm off his robe and put that horrible tattoo on it.
God, youth.
And of course, Hal Sparks here.
Oh my God. Oh, it is.
Now, this is what he would look like when he would come into the makeup trailer, right?
And then we turned him into a boy.
And then you turn him into that. Robert Grant, of course, so much work for you all.
Bad about him.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about Peter Page and the amount of work. Look, again, 53 people to get him looking even remotely presentable for camera.
Right.
And it's so sad.
Well,
look at you.
Oh my God. I still have my badge.
Now again, this is now. I did my own hair and makeup.
Look at you, sweetheart.
Look how easy.
Oh, gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
Never seen that picture.
So this is, I wanted to talk with you all. I want to go through these pictures. So these are some of the special, so this is the wonderful late Gary Beach. Dear, dear Gary.
I loved him so much.
Loved him so much. Here's Salvatore, of course, in his many looks. Marilyn.
He's makeup.
All the same person.
Amazing.
Really great.
It's just,
he just had to come in and out of these looks within a couple of days. That's all we had him for. And I remember one day he was Marilyn in the morning, Queen Elizabeth I in the afternoon, and back to Marilyn at night.
Oh,
oh my God.
Stephen, of course, had the most difficult job
Oh,
in the world. But this Stephen, I want to show
That boy
something.
wasn't even working on the show.
No, this was Stephen on the weekend. So I want to talk a little bit about all the amazing background artists and the dancers and the kind of the community that we had on the show. These people who were in episode after episode. Let me go back here.
Absolutely.
So I'd love for because they're so important to us. So for you, Stephen and Roger and James, to tell the fans who might not know, like the community that was built up of these kids who came and danced for us week after week on this show.
and hundreds, like every week. There was we had hundreds every week. And they were consistent and they were devoted to the family. They knew what the show was about, and nothing would stop them from coming in.
Some of them, were homeless or close to homeless, as close to homeless as you can get. Some of them lived 5 and 6 in a 600 square foot bachelor apartment, crashing with each other. Some of them had been kicked out of their homes. Some of them basically had no parents, no family support. And they found it just sounds very corny. They found each other. They walked in to that cavernous space, and maybe they were from some tiny little shitty town, and there were 200 twinks or whatever just like them, or people that they could really let their guard with and be around. And they really bonded. There were tragedies. When I saw that one picture of Daryl, every time.
Daryl, I saw that picture broke my heart.
I get misty every single time.
Daryl, so great.
Terrible story. A kid who didn't make it, and who came really close to making it. I mean, making it in life, you know. To be completely truthful, Roger will know this, in our department, we had a rule, right, Roger? We could never be alone.
This is true.
An extra. If we were doing nudity, or if they were wearing a little thong or a little baby's, I said, we will never.
If we were doing the spritz and the olive oil, 75,000 pounds of this for 5 years. They would disrobe and we would oil the bodies. They would help me with their front and I would do their back. We kept the door open 2 feet so everyone could see what I was doing. And it was never closed doors. And it was like a revolving door, in, out, no touching.
No, because seriously, because there is danger in that sort of thing. People are, you know, young and whatever, and raging hormones and all sorts of things. And I thought, you
completely oiled.
Well, you can't put yourself in a position like that. You have to have a witness. It's absolutely true. We had an understanding, didn't we, Roger? I think our show was a safe space. I hope so. I hope if we all, you know, James and all of us contributed to that, where they thought, oh, if they had thought, these nasty, sleazy guys, I don't want to be on that show. You can't have that. So I hope they felt that way.
Because I've been talking to Kelly Macon and Alex Chappell and Jeremy Podespa, you know, some of our great directors, and you know, they've all talked about also how we did those intimacy meetings, the sex meetings we had before, which again, that didn't exist then, right?
No.
And a lot of shows are just now getting them now, and it's amazing to me that 20 years ago you were developing this system of safety for people. We were talking about that, but there was no blueprint at that time.
But now every show I work on follows that protocol. But you're right, Scott. We were the first one. We were the very first one. And now you always have a meeting. Every time I'm there at those meetings, I think, I know where this came from. It came from QAF, because it did.
Baron,
What, honey?
can I give you a virtual final? You got a big piece of hair sticking up at the top that I know you're not going to like when you see this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, good one.
Virtual finals. Oh.
I haven't had my hair done in weeks. They closed the beauty salon here.
Yeah, that's better. That's much better.
Okay, but I want to say something nice.
Oh, go, please.
Yeah. Sure, I was going to say something nice, everybody. No, I've done a few series in my day, and I have never, ever been as close to a cast where we stayed close after it was over. We always swear we'll never part, even Cagney and Lacey. And this cast and this crew, when I get a chance, whenever I'm up there in Toronto, who do I call?
Us.
These men. Yeah.
Those 5 years were some of the best years of my life. Those 5 years were amazing. And I worked on a lot of great shows since, but that one is just so special. And I think it'll always be the most special to me.
Well, I'm so appreciative of all of you who come on, and Stephen and Roger and James, especially. I want to, with this
wonderful
with this segment, I want to thank you so much. And again, for all the innovative things you came up with when we did the show. But I mean, I love you guys. You buoyed all of our spirits on a daily basis. But again, that connection that you built with the community of the people who worked on the show, a lot of that had to do with you guys and the tone you set. Well, thank you.
All of you so much.
We do love you.
So
everybody.
much.
Thank you.
And your talent.
Thank you so
Your
much.
Talent.
Yeah. I love all you guys.
Love you.
They get me. That's why. Yeah. That's why it's so important, the work Centrelink does, the family we were able to give so many kids who came and worked on our show. It's just really important. They need that in their lives. So all the work that these centers are doing out there, very important, and the work that Centrelink does in helping support them. That's why we're asking you to donate today. So please do that. I'll get it together. I'm sorry. Damn those guys. So one of the gentlemen, they talked about the hair and makeup team, someone they abused so terribly, but made him look so extraordinarily beautiful, was the amazingly talented Salvatore Antonio. And I'd like to have him come on now and talk to you a little bit about his experiences, but you saw him there. Hi, Salvatore, I'm sorry.
Scott, now I need finals. Jeez.
I'm ruining it for everybody.
Oh my God.
I'm ruining the telethon.
The telephone. Hi, Scott.
It's so nice to see you.
Lovely to see you too, my friend.
So you looked so beautiful. So we saw those pictures of you as Marilyn.
Yeah,
and Cleo.
Parents looked beautiful thanks to those gentlemen.
Stop it.
This is how I came in.
And I'm going to bring both of our dear friend Peter Page in as well too to join us. Where's Petey? There's Petey.
I can't tell you how much. Hi, Salvatore. I can't tell you how
Michael
much
Page.
Lowell, that you're the one who cracked. That makes me so happy because I'm the notorious crybaby.
No.
It makes me so happy that you're the one who gave it.
No.
Salvatore, you handsome bastard. How are you?
I'm well. How are you doing, my friend?
So good. So good.
Oh, looking at those photos. I missed you too. When did we all see each other? Was it a year ago, that dinner?
It was like 2 years ago now.
I've lost track of time.
Yeah.
This year has felt like 2 years long.
Do you have memories of that? Was it the whole week you were on the show doing that? But is that true that you had to one day you had to go from one look to another and then back to the other?
Oh yeah. Yes, I left that show. I did one episode. I left that show without eyebrows. and they never grew in again, right? Stephen Lynch, who I love, he's like, oh, don't worry, they'll grow in. They never did. I had to get them microbladed.
Oh, God.
Yeah, but
You
yeah,
look really good now for what it's worth.
Thank you. They cost a lot. No, it was a crazy week, and I'm not a drag queen. I had done drag in a theater, in a play, which is how I got this audition. And I was like, I don't know how to do my own makeup. And I kind of brought in a photo from that play to the audition. Like I went in like this and I had a photo of me in drag. And I was like, I'm not going to get this because there were real drag queens in the waiting room. But that week was intense because I couldn't actually lay down or sit in a chair because of all the stuff. So I would just bring this Apple box around with me and I would sit down on it kind of propped up in my like corsets and whatever, being like, this is insane, right? And scratching my ingrown hairs that were it was intense. I had so much respect for the real queens, but yeah, it was, I mean, that episode's insane.
If I remember correctly, Salvatore, weren't your days like didn't you work like 18-hour days every day you were on? You would start at something like 4 a.m. or something, and you would be there
yeah. Well,
2 a.m. Like it was just bananas.
Yeah, totally. It was baptism by fire, but I loved it.
Yeah,
great.
It was so great. It was such a pivotal moment too. It's such a big, the King of Babylon contest.
The King of Babylon contest.
Did you get recognized from it? Did people know it was you, or?
Like a handful of people who knew me from before, but no one would know it was me, as you can see from those photos, especially now, right? Like, no. So it was kind of like, it was one of those where I kind of just did it and no one knew I was in it. And I was like, cool, fun. But I'm so glad that there's footage of that because I have never been in makeup and wardrobe that was that amazing since. Like, when are you ever going to wear those outfits again, right? There's one where I forget what the character was. It was like all flowers. And I was in a swing at the top of the Real Fly, because this was season 1, which is like how many feet in the air? Like 40, 50 feet in the air. And I'm terrified of heights. And I didn't know when I auditioned for this that there was going to be a scene with me in a swing, a literal swing above a club. And the day of, I think it was like my first day, they started with that. And they're putting me up and I'm dying because I'm like, I didn't want to tell anybody that I was like terrified of heights, but I keep going up and I feel like I snapped at the lovely background performers at one point from up in the swing with this flower. I was just like, you all need to shut up so we can get this shot done.
By the way, that's the quietest you've ever said anything in your life. I'm sure it was like 35 times louder than that.
Especially with the fear running through. Yeah, but like this person with flowers in his face just be like, seriously!
Oh, Salvatore,
much
I'm so
fun.
glad you're able to be on with us. And
Before you send
my
it away, I want to say
pleasure.
one really quick thing. Salvatore has spent the last year or so writing on Schitt's Creek, which is such a like there's such a beautiful legacy from Queer as Folk to Schitt's Creek.
Right?
I want to salute you and say how much I
Yes.
love that show, and I'm so grateful for it. So thank you for
Thank
all
you.
your.
I was just a small part of it, but I will pass on that love to Daniel and everybody.
please, would you?
And it was so good seeing all of you. I love you guys.
Love you too, Salvatore. Thank you
Okay.
for helping us
Be
out.
well. Be
Love you.
well.
Bye.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
So, Peter Page.
Yes.
Peter Page, we have some VIP guests who have questions for you.
I love VIP guests, and I love questions. Bring them on.
People who have paid cash money to come talk to you. I'm first going to bring on Josh, is going to come and say hi to you. There's Josh. Hi, Josh.
Hey there.
Josh.
So first of all, I just want to say it was wonderful having the show. I started watching it in the last season when I was coming out and everything, and it was just wonderful. How do you identify with Emmett?
You know, it's interesting. The thing I usually say is I learned a lot from Emmett. I'm not Emmett, and in some ways I wish I were more like Emmett. You know, I learned a lot about bravery from Emmett. I learned a lot about owning who you are exactly in that moment and not apologizing for it.
Right.
That's a lesson I still am working on today, and I'm 50. But you know, now I'm gonna cry. He made me feel safer to be me in the world, you know. I remember somebody saying, you know, Emmett gives Nellie Queens a good name, and I was like, Nellie Queens deserve a good name. Nellie Queens are ferocious. And
Right.
Nellie Queens have made the world a better place for a lot of people in a lot of ways. And
That's true. Where would you like to see Emmett now? If the show would be done.
in some ways, Emmett, of all the characters, like Emmett grew the most, and in some ways, Emmett grew the least. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean that Emmett was sort of more fully formed psychologically than some of the other characters were. He was like, yeah, this is me. This is who I am.
Right.
I figured it out. I had to try out, you know, his childhood and all that stuff just really made him tough. And so I think he's probably still going through jobs like we're going through toilet paper. I hope that Emmett's found a great love, because he certainly deserves one.
Right.
But I think Emmett is still probably a great light. I think he's probably mentoring younger people in the community. So that's where I think he is. Same, but
Yeah. Thank you very much. I just want to give a shout out to my friend James in Seattle, who's watching and has a birthday in 2 days.
Hi, James.
Happy birthday, James. Hope you have
Josh,
a
it's
great
so
birthday.
nice. Where are you from, Josh?
Dallas.
Okay, it's really nice to meet you, man. Thank you,
You
so
too.
much
Thank
for coming
you.
on.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you. Bye.
Take good care. All right. Next up, we have Tiffany is going to meet with Mr. Peter Page. Hi, Tiffany.
Hi.
Tiffany.
How are you?
Great, thanks. How are you?
I'm excellent. So I just want to say first, I grew up in a really small town with a religious parents and family and school and all of that. So I spent most of the 90s trying to figure out how to unlearn a lot of that.
For sure.
And I think, for me, Queer as Folk, seeing the Brian and Justin characters, that relationship was the first time I'd ever seen men in a relationship that I thought was beautiful and attractive and not weird and odd. So, that it changed my perspective on things. But now I have an adopted son. So we have been watching The Fosters.
Oh,
and
yay.
he talks through that show better than anything about his trauma when he was younger, because I got him when he was 10. So I now have to watch Adoptable because I didn't know about that. So I'm very excited. Here is my question. What did you learn while you were in that Queer as Folk family that you now take into all of your work? That thing about Harry and Fosters and Good Trouble and all those things that you take with you now all the time.
That's a beautiful way, and thank you so much for telling me that about The Fosters. That's why we made that show, and it means so
amazing,
much.
amazing.
the main thing I learned from Queer as Folk is that entertainment is powerful. That TV is powerful. That you have access to people in their homes at their most vulnerable. Their defenses are down. They're in their underwear. They're, you know, and you go to see them week after week, and you can change the way they think about things. And that there is an opportunity with television. There's a weapon there to be wielded very thoughtfully. And when I started writing and directing, it was very clear to me that had to be at the core of everything I did, you know. And it doesn't always have to be earnest, and it doesn't always have to be beating someone over the head with a social justice message, but it has to be about something. It has to say something about the world. Otherwise, I just don't understand why we're working all those hours, you know, and spending all that money.
Well, even with that thing about Harry, which I actually just got to see over the weekend, you had these vote messages on the walls, like right behind where the character is, and you're like, oh, vote. Oh, look again, vote. I got to vote. And all those little messages, I think, resonate with people.
I'm so glad. And Sam, you know, I made Sam a political junkie because it was important to me to keep that message out there. And to me, the message of the thing that's powerful about the thing about Harry is just that it's a rom-com about two guys.
And it has a happy ending. So many gay shows and film don't have happy endings. I needed a happy ending. It was so
I'm
nice.
so glad. That's another thing I really, really wanted people to have.
And
Tiffany,
thank you again for Twitter and all the things you put out there for us to read and see, because I can't keep up with everything. I have a full-time job and all that. My other computer's over here, but thank you for all you do.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. And love to your son, please. Love to your son.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
And special appropriate Peter Page music. Thanks, Tiffany. Thanks for donating. Bye.
Bye.
All right, Peter Page, we have one more for you. You ready?
Yes, I am.
This is amazing. This is awesome. Let's welcome Megan. Hi, Megan.
What up, Megan?
Are you there? Hi, Megan.
Hi. Oh my
Hi.
goodness. Hi. Yes. Hi. So I'm wearing my shirt for you.
I'm sorry. Say that again, Megan. You cut out there. So start over.
When in a small town in the middle of nowhere. Let's see. Can you hear
Now
me?
we can. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry. There we go. Start over.
I can. Okay. So I grew up watching Queer as Folk in a small town in the middle of nowhere, and Emmett was there, and he encouraged me as a queer person to be brave, share my story with my friends and family, and I just wanted to say thank you so much for everything that you and the cast and crew have done for all of us in the LGBT community. And I was very lucky to see you all in Austin at the television festival a few years ago as well, and all of these stories. And I wanted to ask you, who would you say were your biggest LGBT role models growing up?
There, you know, I didn't have a lot of LGBT role models growing up because there weren't a lot of out gay people when I was growing up. I'm old as fuck, so you know, I remember like being like, oh, I think that Paul Lynde might be my people, you know. Uncle Arthur seems awfully something. But for me, like my hero, when people ask me who my hero is, I say Billie Jean King. Because Billie Jean King, she took something as banal as playing tennis and she used it to change the world, to make the world a better place for women and to make the world a better place for queer people. And I knew that if I was going to do something as goofy as being an actor, I wanted to use it to change the world. And so I'll pray.
And you're doing that.
Say that again, Megan. I'm sorry. You are cutting out a lot. It's hard to track you.
And
she said you are doing that.
Oh,
doing that. You guys are changing the world.
thank you so much, Megan.
Thank you, Megan. And thanks for supporting Centerlink too. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Such an honor.
Thank you.
Scotty, before you and I go, I have something I want to show you.
Please.
Hold on. I just got to get it. I got to pick it up here. Wait.
Okay.
Yes.
Wait a second. Peter Page, where are your pants?
What?
Oh,
my
no. Are you gonna donate that song now?
I was just joking that that's how everybody does Zoom meetings, and I thought that's how Emmett would do a Zoom meeting. So
That's very good. Bravo.
I wanted to show everybody. This is we every year we had a caricature done for the crew, and this was our caricature. Wait, I can't. There we go. From season 2, I think. And I just wanted to show it to everybody. And then here, ready? Look, I should have come in like this and been like, oh, you wouldn't have known if it was me. Although it gives away my age, man.
No.
Anyway,
thing. And I also want you before we move on, I want you to talk a little bit, because we've been talking a lot about the different LGBTQ centers that Centerlink works with, and I know you were on the board for many years with the LA LGBT Center. And could you tell a little bit about the work they do there?
Absolutely. So the LA LGBT Center is the largest LGBT organization in the world. And it provides an extraordinary amount of services to the community, not, largely to the queer community, but not just the queer community. It's there for anybody who needs it. Everything from health services, mental health services, legal services. We have housing and temporary housing for homeless youth. We have a GED program. We have an excellence program called LifeWorks for LGBT queer students. We have we service seniors. I mean, it's just an unbelievable organization. It's really there for anyone in any time of need, and that's what you're supporting by donating today is that kind of work. The LA LGBT Center is sort of a mentor organization to centers all over the world, and is really helping them grow into their next levels, and so that's how Centerlink started. Lori Jean, the CEO of the LA LGBT Center, founded Centerlink all those years ago. And the idea is really about bringing up everyone, reaching out, grabbing hands, and helping everybody rise and service their communities better. So thank you guys so much for the generous donations. I believe there was a little glitch before. There were a couple of donations that had to be corrected. So we had not crossed the $20,000 mark earlier. I believe we have crossed it now.
All right, we'll take it anytime we can. That's amazing.
I do. It's really extraordinary, and I'm so grateful to every one of you fans for hanging in to what has become the longest gay telethon in the history of Gay Jesus. So
I'm going to help with that.
I love you, Scotty. Before we go, because you're just hosting, and I just want to ask you, what's your favorite scene that you ever got to do on Queer as Folk?
The first scene where I got to kiss Peter Page.
Oh, come on. That's a lie.
Any scene I got to do with Peter Page was my favorite scene. Come on.
We had some pretty amazing scenes together.
We had some pretty amazing ones together. I truly don't. I mean, it's like it would be like killing so many of my babies to pick one over the other. I mean, the whole thing was my favorite thing.
Yeah, fair enough. I hear that. I mean, I'm so proud of the work we did together in the Crystal Meth storyline, as awful as it was to shoot.
For sure.
For those of you who haven't heard these stories, I'll tell it really quickly. Scott and I were each other's support system. We kept each other sane. We held each other close. We became super good friends right away, and that's ended up how Ted and Emmett became friends, really. But that storyline, we both felt like we couldn't be there for each other because we had to, on camera, be so broken by each other. So we sort of kept our distance from each other, and that made that story kind of triply hard because we didn't have our go-to resources.
It's true.
But I'm so proud of that. And I'll just say my favorite story, or my favorite scene, I just want to mention the scene that I feel like you'll never see anywhere again. And I want to raise a quick glass to Bruce Gray, who played George Schickel the Pickle, was the scene where George died in the airplane bathroom. It's a scene you'll never, ever, ever, ever see anywhere else.
True.
Dead from a heart attack while having anal sex in an airplane bathroom.
In an airplane bathroom.
Here's Bruce. We love you. We miss you.
And to the crew for shooting that scene. Thank you so much, Petey. We're going to see you very soon back again, too. I love you, too, buddy.
All right.
Thank you so much. All right. So I'm going to call an audible here. We had a bunch of we have a couple more interviews that Peter and I did with some of our favorite directors, Jeremy Podeswa and Kelly Macon. I am going to put those and all the interviews we've done, I'm going to put them up on YouTube. I hear we're having maybe some issues with the audio where they're a little hard to hear anyway, because we're running so far behind. They're amazing interviews and I want you to see them, but I'm going to put them up on YouTube afterwards. Subscribe to my page here. I'll put them up here in my channel. You get to watch. You need to hear what Jeremy Podeswa has to say. Jeremy Podeswa, who, by the way, nominated for an Emmy directing Game of Thrones. Thank you very much. amazing directors, really started kind of cutting his teeth on Queer as Folk, and Kelly Macon, who directed the finales of so many of our seasons, including the final episode, that final amazing sex scene between Brian and Justin with their images played on top of them. I mean, he's an incredible guy. Started working with Kids in the Halls, did some of our favorite episodes on Queer as Folk, including the Bottom of the Barrel gang rape and heading to rehab episode for Ted. So a very special director to all of us. And I'm so sorry that I don't think we're going to have time to get them on the air on this broadcast, but I want you to please come back to YouTube, check out those interviews with them. Awesome. I want to now bring on some people who I had the joy of working with. I had been hoping to bring on someone who had been my boss, Mr. Wirtschafter, but unfortunately Bob Church, the wonderful Bob Church, wasn't able to join us. But I'm going to bring someone else who I had a little sexual tension with on the show. You might recall him from a few episodes, or first he was mean to Ted, and then Ted got to be mean back to him. It's Lee Rumer, everybody, who played Troy. How are you, Lee?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going great, dude. How are you?
I'm good. It's been a while.
It's been a while. It's so good to see you.
First and foremost, as I've been watching for the last, I think, 20 minutes or so, and never really realized how important, how the impact that this show had on a lot of people. And I'm very proud of all of you. I don't know a whole lot of the other cast members, but yeah, you guys are amazing, amazing. And I hope one day that I actually get to form a family on-set bond like you guys did. A little jealous of that, but I'm very, very, very proud, and it brought tears to my eyes. So thank you so much for hosting and organizing this, and whoever else is also helping along with you.
It takes a village. It all does. Yeah, thank you. But thank you for being a part of it too. Do you have many? So like you worked first, you had some kind of silent scenes, and then we had the Pride episode where Ted was your pity fuck, and then we brought you back later in the season. Do you have memories of like what it was like first coming on the show and what trying to get your bearings straight? What was that like?
I mean, this Queer as Folk opened my eyes too. Seek to understand. There's a lot of things I didn't understand about gay lesbian lifestyle, and not that I was totally ignorant to it, but it opened my eyes in a great way. When I first auditioned for the show, I didn't know what to expect, and I think they brought me up there. I think I was Jim Bunny. I think that was the character name they gave me, was Jim Bunny, with Gail. I think because I was supposed to be like, I don't know, like a nemesis or like competing with him or something.
Okay.
That went, but then they brought me back. I had to kind of re-audition because it was years later, and Showcase had these like risque commercials on. I don't know if you remember those. They had like these risque commercials. And so I basically they just wanted to make sure I was still in shape. So I did like hello Showcase. I got laid tonight. That was all I did. Thank you so much. Anyway, so I ended up back on the show and I loved it. I mean, it was a phenomenal. It was great working with you.
Oh, thanks. You as well.
Yeah.
You had some challenging stuff too. It was it got very physical, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I had to go. And I guess, I mean, I'm nowhere near what Troy is as a person. Troy's just an evil dude. But it was funny, like being on set and having doing those sex scenes was it was fun. It was it was
we had a good time.
It was, as an actor, it was fun. It was fun to do. I mean, different for me, but and I think like wardrobe would come over and throw a house coat on you or something like this, and I think by like take 2 or 3, I'm like, whatever.
Exactly.
Around, flat out. I mean, you have the what do they call them? Cock socks?
Yes, they had the cock
socks. Like whiskey marble bags. I don't. Anyways, man, it was a lot of fun. It was and it's sad. It was sad to. I mean, I did nowhere near what you guys did. I can't even imagine the bond, but I had a lot of fun. It meant a lot to me, and
Well, I sure
thank
enjoyed
you
working
so
with you.
much, everybody. Everybody was
Oh.
part of it, like cast, crew, wardrobe, makeup, everybody. Like it was just beautiful show, and it opened a lot of eyes. You guys set the platform for TV shows, like
Thank
you
you.
really did, and you're still doing a great job organizing this and still bringing people together.
Thank
And Troy, my character, wouldn't agree with this. So.
Thanks,
But,
buddy. It's so great to see you. I really appreciate
Likewise,
you coming on and waiting so long. And thanks for
Likewise.
supporting us here today.
Yeah.
See you.
Awesome, buddy. Thanks a lot. Cheers,
Say hi
everyone.
to the family for me, please.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Okay, love you. Bye.
Cheers.
All right, there's Lee. Now I want to bring on, although I'm seeing a strange lock symbol on his screen. Let me see what's going on. But I want to bring on, if he's there, he's not there. There he is.
Ah!
Lovely Dean Armstrong.
I was really
buddy.
engaged, and then you started crying, and then I fell asleep.
Hold on. We've gone so long that now the sun is streaming into my place. I have to turn my light up here. Dean, how are you?
Scott, I'm really good. I mean, I'm as good as I can be given all of these new, restrictions. It's hard as an artist, obviously, in this climate, and it's hard as a business owner in this climate. So those are challenging realities right now. But I think, I have a hard time complaining about anything, knowing that everybody, and I've shared this with you before, but everybody that I love and everybody that I care about and know is okay. And that's really all that matters right now. So I can't tell you how happy I am to see you.
It's great to see you, buddy.
In and out of conversations, but this is just such an incredible day. And what a walk down memory lane with all of these stories, all of these faces, all of these incredible voices. Yeah, thank you so much
My
for
pleasure.
as always. You seem to be that real anchor for everybody and have always made a commitment to sustaining, the family around this extraordinary show.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you saying that. And I'm glad you're still a part of it. Can you share with us if you have like one quick, no, I don't want it. No, don't drink that. Don't. No, that's too much. That's too much. No. Don't drink. I'm telling you, don't drink it. Dean, do not drink that. That is not going to be, oh no, okay. He's going to be on the floor.
I figured I owed you one.
So Dean, so because we're running so long here, and I would love to spend 3 hours with you. You know that we could do our own show.
We will.
Give me one quick, what's like a big memory takeaway you have? Maybe one you haven't even shared before.
A big memory takeaway. Wow. Well, listen, the memory honestly has really kept on giving, to be quite honest, Scott. I mean, you and I have maintained one of the most special relationships in my life. Unlike a lot of you guys who, the principal cast that came in from Los Angeles and other places in the U.S. To join the show up here. I was a Canadian. I lived here. I am still here, but back and forth, as you know. But so many relationships from that show are still a big part of my life. I mean, Salvatore Antonio, who you just had on, just moments ago, is the artistic director of my studio. Maggie Hushalak, who you and I both tried to get on board today as well, teaches at my studio. Jeremy Podeswa, I've done multiple shows with. So many of the directors that you'd mentioned that were based here in Toronto, I've continued to work with. And that's been the gift that keeps on giving because, frankly, those relationships all have these wonderful roots and stem from this experience that we all shared together.
Yeah.
And my God, could you imagine if Queer as Folk came out today and we had access to the world that social media has allotted us, or the internet has allotted us? It would. I mean, I think you were telling me that some fans had recently come across the show and had engaged with you in a forum, and they thought it was new content.
Yeah.
I think the series has maintain relevancy. I think the series, every episode was shot like a mini movie. The attention to detail and composition, the writing, the directing, there were just so many extraordinary talents on that show that has really rendered it timeless in so many ways. But honestly, Scott, you know, we had so many extraordinary experiences together. It's I'm a little bummed to hear that your favorite scenes were with Peter, but that's all right.
Well, he was on screen with me. What was I supposed to do?
Okay, fair enough. That's very true. No, you guys had a phenomenal story. Yeah, I mean, we've talked in so many different forums about memories that we've shared on the show, but it was a first and frankly, one of the most extraordinary experiences I have had to date. And it was just a real privilege to be able to share in that storytelling.
Me too with you, buddy. I was really treasure our friendship, and I'm so glad we had that bond we formed back then. I think it helped the characters, certainly. I think it kept maybe both of our characters around longer than they would have been kept around, that we had great chemistry there. And that relationship, I think, has been one of the central ones for the show. And a lot of that has to do with what you brought, the vulnerability you brought to Blake, and for being so hairless at the time. But Dean, I thank you so much for coming on and supporting this today and joining this celebration. I really, really appreciate it, buddy.
No, my pleasure, my friend. We'll talk soon.
We'll talk soon. I love you.
Okay.
Bye. Okay, so supposedly there's actually a VIP person who wants to speak to me. I'm shocked, but I'm delighted. And I think this is Christine is here. Hi, Christine.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing? Thanks for waiting so patiently.
Oh, no problem. My 2-year-old daughter's been trying to say hi. She hears everybody talking, and she comes over to the computer every 5 minutes saying hi, and she says, they didn't hear me.
Now, she's probably going to grow up thinking this is how people communicate now.
I know. Go ahead, say hi.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
How
This
are
is
you?
I watched the show pre her.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Did the show somehow lead to her? Well, like, did you watch the show one night and
not,
then?
not quite, but
Okay.
you know, that's okay. I
Okay.
loved you on the show though, and I loved you as Ted. You were adorable.
Thank you so much, Christine. I appreciate it.
And you've done such a good job hosting. It's been really nice.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think my heart might have been too big to want to like have so much and so many people in that. It is, as Peter said, the longest gate on in the history of the world, but we're having a great time. So I hope everybody
Yeah.
who's watching is as well.
No, it's great. I was just going to ask you, how did
Yeah.
you research the drug addiction scenes and stuff like that, especially the ones where you almost OD'd?
A combination of my one experience with a more mind-altering drug than others, I suppose, is I did drop ecstasy back in college. I will admit that.
Oh.
And we had a nurse practitioner who came on the show who worked a lot with crystal meth patients coming into the emergency room. And she was our consultant on the show. And as she talked about the drug and the effects it had on the body, a lot of it, at least those initial effects, sounded a lot like what happens when you took ecstasy, at least the good stuff back when I was in college.
Yeah.
So I knew physiologically how it would affect my body. And then the more she talked to me about the after effects and the downs and the lows and the psychological stuff, I just got it in place. And then, you know, we talked, Ron and Dan, you know, we wanted to make sure we got the storyline right. Peter and I, like, we all really focused on getting this storyline right because it was just really starting to hit the gay community back when we did the storyline in 2003. And we wanted to make it as awful as possible so people, hopefully, who watch the show would never want to do crystal meth. So
Yeah.
you know,
Well, that scene was just crazy how they kept going back and forth to you, and yeah.
Yeah, it was rough. And so, you know, I went on a crazy diet with the help of a nutritionist. I wanted to like get the gaunt, awful look. And yeah, we just made it as ugly as we could, but it was certainly challenging. But the help of
Yeah.
good advisors is the answer of how I did the research.
Do you think your character would have wound up staying with Blake in the end?
After the series wrapped, you mean?
Well, like, yeah, as it ended, like,
As
you
it
know,
ended?
they would do a reunion or something.
Yeah, I think so. I think they had both gone through enough growth moments in their lives that I think they finally were at a place, and Ted was certainly finally at a place where he was ready to accept someone at a level where it wasn't needing a partner. You
Right,
know?
right,
And I think they could
yeah.
finally meet on even ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
I
were
think-
you signed up to do the reunion in London in November?
Yes,
Yeah.
I am signed up to do that.
Fingers crossed.
Hopefully it's still happening.
I know. My friend Dan and I got tickets. It's like my one trip alone without the kids.
Oh, well, I hope it happened for you, Christine.
I know. I know.
Everybody.
Yeah. Well, I hope I can see you there. And
I hope so too.
This has been great. Thanks so much. And I'm going to check out your show, Adorable.
Adoptable.
Adoptable.
Yes.
Well, Adorable, Adoptable.
It's
yeah.
adorable. It's an adorable show, but it's called Adoptable. But thank you, Christine. And thank you for
All right,
giving me
thanks so
and
much.
helping out CenturyLink. I really appreciate that.
Okay.
Thanks. Take care.
Bye.
Stay well. Bye.
Thanks, you too.
All right. So I think we're ready now for a great grand finale. I first want to bring on, if I could, I want to talk once again with the lovely Denise Spivak, the interim CEO of CenturyLink. Denise, how have we been doing?
Scott, this has been absolutely amazing. I mean, we've laughed, we've cried, we have just we're right there with you, and watching just all the conversation in the chat. This has been just a spectacular event. I know our centers have been enjoying it, and you know, it's like we've said from the beginning, every dollar helps, the exposure helps, and we just so thank you for letting us be a part of this.
Oh, it's my absolute pleasure. It's been such a joy. And you guys, as you can see, like we understand and we get how important the work you do and the work that all the centers do. And I'm going to hopefully get my tech shit together. And I want to play, I still have all those wonderful videos I want to play that the centers send us. I want to play them. And hopefully we'll get to those maybe towards the tail end of things. Do we have any update on how we're doing with money and things? Oh,
You know,
Donna.
I was going to say Donna should be on her way in.
There's Donna. Hi, Donna. Hey, Donna, how are things looking?
Well, hold on. I've got to quiet now the technology to my right and give you, I'm going to need a 2-second drum roll.
Okay.
We'll do math. I love math. Thank you all so much. I have learned amazing things about you all, and I feel like the fans have been just so generous and giving with their time and with their money, and we love that. And Scott, you are an amazing person. Your energy, your stamina, your creativity has really blown this whole thing out of the water. And of course, thanks to Peter and Michelle and Hal, and help me, Denise, and
Sharon
and Rosie, the whole gang.
Rosie, yeah. Uncle Vic. Oh my God.
Vic Jack, right?
It's been amazing.
Okay, all right. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I need a moment.
So you guys have had a big week too, right? So you had GLAAD did an event for you over the weekend.
They did, and I wish I could reveal it, but hopefully we've got another one coming up later on this month with another group. But I've got to tell you, I agree with Donna. We learned so many things through this event, and at one point she and I messaged each other. We're like, we're exhausted. We cannot imagine how you are because you're a force of nature, Scott. This has been amazing.
Thank you. Donna, what do you got to say?
All right, so as of this moment, including the auction, we've got $21,178 donated to CenturyLink to disperse
amazing
for LGBT community centers that need your support, and we're so very, very grateful. Also, I'm going to announce right now, without having a pre-conversation with you, Scott, please, we will be able to open a second auction on Monday for all the additional items that were offered up today. And we'll contact everybody and put it out there in the interwebs that we'll have a second bidding page open for all of next week so that you have the opportunity to grab some of those t-shirts.
Wonderful.
Yes.
That's awesome news. Ladies, thank you so much and all the help you've given me in trying to put this crazy thing together. It's been enormous and it's been such a joy working with you. And I know we're going to talk more, but just to say publicly, thank you very much for everything.
Likewise. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Queers Folk.
Thank you.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you. Oh, that's right.
We'll see you in 10 years.
20. Yes, please.
Yes.
Oh my God. See if we want to see that. All right, before we get to the finale, we have some VIP guests who there were some technical problems earlier. They weren't able to come on to talk to Randy. So hopefully, Randy, I'm going to bring you back up. Hello, Randolph.
I'm still here.
So Jim, I can see you there. You were here to talk to Randy. Is that correct?
To Robert, actually.
Oh, you want to talk to Robert? Randy, go away.
But no, we can talk to Randy.
No, he's gone. No, he's dead too. Robert!
Hi. Hey, I just want to say really quickly, thank you.
Hey, Robert.
The tears were amazing. I just want to say thank you to Dan and Ron for hiring me for this show because it forever changed my life. And I just want to say that we're the first ones who ever used cock socks. They actually created them for our show because sodomy laws weren't brought down until 2003 when we get legally have sex. Hi, guys. Nice to meet you all.
Can you hear us?
I can. Yeah, you're.
Okay, good. So we're from Northeast PA. So pardon the spring allergies of my voice. So we're neighbor to you, Scott, right, out in Brooklyn. So I wanted to say just thank you so much to both of you, the entire cast, for all that you did for me personally and for us. So I'd like to start with a little story before I ask my question. So when we first met, I was kind of newly out, really was focused on the whole bar scene. He gave me a couple of bootleg copies from season 5. Unfortunately, they were bootleg, but the scene that really stood out was when you were with Michael, I forgot Michael's real name, Hal Sparks, and you're in your home with your baby. And it was that moment when I realized that it wasn't just all about the bars and meeting people, that I could have this kind of normal life, if you will, with a home and a partner. And this is where we're at. This is my partner for about 13 years. We've been together in this home for 5 years. So thank you for that beautiful scene and all that you did. So I'm curious to know, when you look back and think about the fan mail that you've gotten over the years, are there any stories or people that really stand out?
I would say that the easiest way to answer is that there have been many over the years where people have said that they did not decide to take their lives because of Queer as Folk. And every time I got one of those, sometimes it was because of Ben, sometimes it was because of another character, the show in general, sometimes it was coming out as an openly gay actor, whatever it might have been. You knew that the impact was far beyond what we think of. And I shared the thought recently that it just had this thought occur to me that growing up gay in America or around the world is almost to suffer a form of child abuse, not to really get to be who we authentically are. So that was forever transforming. And I know that no matter what else I do in my life, nothing will have the impact that this one has. But every one of those letters was just it's a little. You realize, and it's still happening around the world. I mean, they still come. That's the thing, because of what the laws are in the world, because of people still in hiding and not feeling safe, and not, we have the sense in these little bubbles that we're in. By the way, congratulations on 13 years. That's so beautiful.
Thank you.
We have this feeling that things are far more open than they are. And one other thing I just want to say in reference to seeing your representation. Is that I think one of the greatest regrets we all have is that diversity didn't get to be represented as broadly as we would all, and it's one of the things that we get taken to task for. I just would hope people can put it in context to know that there was nothing on the air about gay people at the time. Just to get a show on the air about gay people was a giant hurdle itself. To say nothing of all the representations that one show had on its back to try to carry. Mm-hmm. So it opened the door for all the representations that came. So I just hope that people can sort of look at the show with that compassion of what it was to try to be everything to a world of people. And I'm very happy though that your show, your couple, your partnership did get to be represented, and it was the greatest blessing of my life. I really appreciate you telling me that.
Thank you to both of you.
Thank you as well to both of you, and thank you so much for supporting Centerlink today too. Thanks, Jim. It's so nice to meet you both.
Where are you calling from, by the way? Where'd you calling from?
Northeast Pennsylvania, Easton, Pennsylvania. Our local center is in Allentown. We were supporters in the beginning.
Beautiful.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks.
Take good care. Stay well, please.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we have some more VIP guests. I think we have Robert. I think I'm going to send you away. You did very well, though. That was so. How'd you get so articulate?
Depends on the day, man.
I
Depends
guess.
on the day, brother.
That was beautiful. I'll see you in just a little bit. All right, now I want to bring on Richard. Cricket, you're here to speak to Sharon. We need to get Sharon back online with us. She's having dinner. I don't know what she's doing. But we'll get her for you, Cricket. But I want to bring Randy back to speak with Richard. Is that correct? Did I get this right? Hi, Richard.
Hi, Richard.
Hi, Richard. Can you hear us?
Hi.
Hi.
How are you guys?
How are you?
I can hear you.
Great. You're here with Randy.
Great. Thank you. Or hope you guys are all well.
Very well.
Yes. How are you doing, Randy?
I'm good. I'm really good, considering the circumstances.
Yes. Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Everybody's well, my family and safe, so that's good.
Good.
That's good. I wanted to know how you feel Brian and Justin would have continued on if the show continued. Do you think they ever would have got back together, or they never spoke to each other again, or they would have just did separate lives?
I mean, I really don't know. I feel like they were together for 5 years, and it was the most formative relationship of Justin's life. So, at least in the course of the series. So I would doubt that they would never see each other again. I really don't know. I mean, I would imagine they would always be in each other's lives to some extent, whether it would, go back to another romantic relationship or they'd just be like dear, dear old friends. I think they would maintain something without a doubt.
What was your favorite storyline within the show?
My favorite thing was doing the prom. My favorite. It was this amazing moment where at the end of an entire season of shooting, my character really sort of got the fantasy that he had been dreaming of. It was such a joy to shoot. It was such a joy to play. I got to dance, and it was really, really, really satisfying. And it's still my favorite. The whole arc of the end of the first season is still my very, very favorite to look back on.
Thank you so much, Richard. I appreciate it. You're doing well, my friend, I hope?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you for donating.
Thank you so much for giving money to Centrelink. We really appreciate it. Stay well.
Yeah.
Bye, Richard.
Bye, Richard. All right. Well, we had Sharon Gless back, and now it's saying her device is not connected. So I'm sorry, Cricket. Make you wait a little bit more. We have someone. Let me ask this gentleman. Hi.
Hi. How are you?
You're here for Sharon also?
That's okay. I'm here for anyone. I just want to say thank you.
Oh,
thank you.
Well, thank you. You can say thank you to Randy Harrison.
I will do that. And you
I'll take it everywhere.
Age. But Queer as Folk premiered the month and year that I came out. So I was 21 years old at the time. And, of course, I had Ellen and Will and Grace, and I think there was a same-sex kiss maybe on Roseanne and Melrose Place that caused a stir, but nothing like Queer as Folk. And so I just wanted to say thanks to the creators, writers, cast, crew, everyone involved with it. It was nothing like I had seen, and I could really see myself in the show. And Randy, for you in particular, I went through Justin's journey with him as one who was also going through the same journey. So the show really holds a special place in my heart.
Thank you. It does for me too. I'm happy to have been a part of it for you and for everybody.
And I want to let anyone who's younger or just getting into the show know you can, of course, stream it on TV. But also, if you watch the DVDs, it has a lot of the original music that I think really services, and it adds a lot to the show. So that's my recommendation.
I agree. Thank you for saying that. I agree. Find those DVDs, the original soundtrack. Mwah.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much.
And thanks for your support today. I really appreciate that.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Have we got Sharon back yet? No, we do not. Randy, I'll let you go. We have one more guest here. I'm going to see. Oh, I know this gentleman. Hi, Leif. How are you?
Hi. Good.
Who
How
are
are
you
you?
here to speak with?
What's that?
Who are you here to speak with?
Well, everyone, of course, but
Oh.
Sharon, I would love to say hello to her, but I'm
We're waiting for her. Her device is not connected. I don't know what that means, but her device is not connected.
You know what? That's okay. It's all just for a good cause, anyways. That's
Yeah.
all that matters. But you're doing such a great job, Scott.
Oh, thank you. Let me bring some of the rest of the gang back on, perhaps. Let me bring Michelle Clooney back on.
Hi,
Leif, and maybe Peter Page.
Hi.
Hey, Scotty.
Yes.
Sharon, I've been talking to Sharon on the phone, and according to her, she's in the backstage and she's seeing everything.
It's saying to me her device is not connected. Oh, here she's coming back. You know what? I'm going to make you guys go away and give the Sharon Gless experience that Leif wanted for himself. Here she is. Here's Dame Sharon Gless. There she is.
Hi, guys. Hi, Leif.
How are you?
Leif is here to speak with you.
Well, I'm sure this won't come as a surprise to Scott or anyone else, but I wanted to ask you quickly, what are your thoughts on this show, coming back?
Here.
This is what we deal with, Leif.
You knew that was coming, though, Scott.
Look what I have. Stone crabs from
Oh, I'm
Florida.
so angry right now at you. It's so mean. But I love you.
Sharon,
Sorry,
can you hear me?
Leif was saying nice things.
Hi,
to you.
Leif.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Cool. Well, my question I wanted to ask you about is, what are your thoughts on this show coming back in some form with all of you? Is it something you want to do? Is there a world in which
It's something I want to do.
Yeah.
I think all of us would like to do it.
Yeah. Well, I know that myself and everybody on this stream would love to see it, and many more out there. Where do you think Debbie would be today? What do you think Debbie would be up to?
I think she's married. She's married to Peter. She's married to Carl. And I think she's still running the diner.
I love that.
I do. I mean, I don't think she goes very far from her boy and her boys. And I don't think she's too old yet, to do it. So
Yeah, I feel like she'd know a whole new generation too, that everybody else maybe.
and she makes little towels that you can buy at the diner. Do you remember this, Scotty? Do you remember this? Well, at the end of our first year, our producers asked us for any ideas we might like to offer for our character the next year. And I offered this one and they just shined me on. But I love you, Ron. I love you, Dan. And I thought on the side, because she always needs a little extra money, she makes these like towels. And on the towel, she embroiders CUM. They're little cum towels. Don't you love that?
I feel like you need a merch store, and you should just
Exactly. The marketing opportunities that were missed.
I love that.
Oh,
yeah,
thank
I
you
want to
so
sell
much.
those at the checkout stand. At the
Yes, she would sell them there. Leif, thank you so much for your support here and off this as well too. You've always been so supportive. We really appreciate that. And thanks for supporting CenturyLink today too.
Love you guys.
Love you too, Leif. Thanks so much, man. Sharon, we have one more
Hi, Leif.
very patient young
Am I
lady.
supposed to leave again?
No, you're going to stay right here. You're going to talk to a wonderful young lady named Cricket. Here comes Cricket.
Okay.
Cricket.
Hey guys.
How much do
Cricket.
I owe?
Scott, how are you?
Good, Cricket. How are you doing? Nice to see you.
I'm doing
Hi,
good.
Cricket.
Hey Sharon, how you doing?
I'm good.
You look fantastic.
It's the lighting in here, but thank you so much. We
You know,
worked
you
at it.
could easily own that diner again. You could easily own the diner again.
I think I should still be at the diner.
Definitely. So listen, I don't have a lot to say. You want to know why I'm here?
Why?
Because you stopped me by, I didn't have to wash my floors again. I didn't have to do dishes again. That's all I've been doing in the pandemic. I can't leave my apartment. I do nothing in Los Angeles but look at television. And if I got to spend a little money on a good cause today, I got to see you guys.
Isn't this fun?
It's so fun. And you are both the funniest people. So I wanted to spend it with you. It gave me a smile.
Oh.
And Sharon, I don't know if you know this. My husband, who worked with you about, 20 years ago or something, 25 years, 30 years ago, he passed away 10 years ago. And I lost my son a year and a half ago. And when I had to get rid of my house and move into this apartment,
Oh my God.
the only DVDs I saved were my QAF DVDs. Some that I got at some of the QAF rap parties in Los Angeles that Showtime did. Those are the only DVDs I didn't get rid of. And when I'm down or things get really bad for me in here, I stick on one of those DVDs and I see some of those favorite scenes that, made me feel good or that I love.
I'm so sorry.
But no, it's good. It's good. I'm okay. I mean, I'll never get over my son, but it's okay. I'm okay. But you doing this today, Scott, and raising money for this, and look, Queer as Folk brought me as an agent in Los Angeles. I knew a lot about gay actors and people that I worked with, but I didn't know a lot about the gay scene. And what it did to me, it opened up charities that I gave to, that I still give to, and I still believe in. And I remember going to that Paley Festival Q&F the first time season 1 ended. And I talked with you there, Sharon, and you brought me up on stage so I could meet the cast when I mentioned I was Peter's wife. And it's a long time. You wouldn't probably remember that. But I was so glad Peter didn't go with me because I had so much fun that day. And I didn't want him around at all. So I really had a great time. And you guys have just really done fantastic. Thank you for today.
Thank you, Cricket, and
Thank
thanks
you
for
so
donating.
much for
Yes, thank
spending
you so
the
much.
afternoon with us.
Yeah.
Oh, please, you got me from cleaning the same floors all over again.
Please.
Well, I hope
Sorry about your boy.
yes.
I love
Thank
you guys. Thank
We love you too. Thank you so much for all your support
love
over the
you.
years,
Of course.
Cricket. Bye. Oh, isn't that wonderful? I'm going to bring back the gang now. There's Michelle Clooney, Peter Page,
You look beautiful, Sharon.
Randy Harrison.
I'm
and
telling
here's-
you, it's the light in Barney's office.
Here's Robert
Yeah.
Gibbs.
These
So-
slats, the Venetian blinds.
Just trying to get that.
That's the hot ticket.
I do not have slats. I have direct light.
Wonderful. Well, and we only have 6 windows here, but we have 7 cast members, so we're going to.
I just got a phone call. It's House
That's great. Hey,
Movies Hal Sparks. Hi, Hal. Welcome back.
I swear to you, it's the lighting in here.
I'm so grateful to you all for sticking around for this 12-hour long
Look what I got.
marathon.
Look what I got. Look what I got.
What is that? What does that say? Happy anniversary?
It's my anniversary.
Happy 20th
today.
anniversary, everybody. I've known you and loved you.
29 years.
20 years.
Oh, Sharon's telling us hers and Barney's
29 years today.
Oh, Barney.
Happy anniversary, Sharon.
These last 6 weeks have been testing it.
Hey,
made it this far.
I want to say, Scott Lowell,
Before you
are.
Stop.
No, I'm not going to stop. Shut your mouth for a second. You are unbelievable. You have put so much into this.
Scotty?
You've done such an incredible job. And I don't think this never would have happened without you.
Yeah.
And we're all good people, but it's like herding cats with all of us around. And you have been extraordinary. You're the best of the best, and we're all so grateful. And I hope every one of the fans knows it.
Well, thank you. I love you all, and I'm so grateful for all of you being still in my life. I want to share one final thing with you before we wrap it up. I have one more piece of media to play that hopefully will work easily, but I wanted to bring our crew into this. There's also a cast member who we haven't talked about today, and that's Jacques Lemaire. Jacques Lemaire is one of our favorite cast members. Jacques Lemaire would appear on set every now and then. He was a little French sailor doll. And this is just some of our crew. This is as we wrapped the episode, as we wrapped the whole series. I just wanted to see all their faces.
This is so inside.
That's okay, but this is the part that's for us. There's Noella.
Wow!
And Sheila.
Yeah.
We have not said enough about Sheila, who busted her hump for 5 seasons producing this show.
She was incredible.
Yep. Sheila Hawken made it happen, man.
Yes,
Oh my
sir.
God, look at all these beautiful people.
Right.
Oh,
That girl is beautiful.
This is when I spoke at the beginning about the village that it took to make Queer as Folk. This is part of the village that I wanted all the fans to get to know a little bit more, to know that it wasn't just us. These are all the people who brought you this much joy for the past
Is Noella
20 years.
here?
There's the glass. Gary.
Yeah.
Oh, Gail. Yeah.
Gail.
You should.
And Nicole.
Steven.
Nicole.
Oh.
That beautiful face.
You should auction Jacques Lemaire.
We don't know where Jacques is right now. So anyway, that's part of the family as well. I want to share with you all. I also have special shout outs I want to give before we leave to Sammy Drayson, who took the wonderful shot of all of us on the bed, for allowing us to use that shot for all our promotional material. We took that for Entertainment Weekly. Thank you, Sammy. I want to give a big shout out to Britt Reese, who is an amazing publicist who helped us spread the word about the show.
Thank you, Britt.
Thank you.
Technical support I want to give to my friend Jason Weiss and to Jonah, to Damien and Dan at Reverie for helping me figure out however well I did this technical stuff. And a big shout out to my friend Jackie Ortiz, who was my assistant here today. Thank you, Jackie, for wrangling everybody and doing just an amazing job. And mostly, oh God, here I go again. I want to thank all of you for supporting us all these years and for the generosity you've shown today in helping these amazing centers. And I want to thank my friends.
How much generosity do I owe?
We'll find out soon. I think we've bankrupted Sharon Gless, and I thank you all. So the auction continues till tomorrow at midnight, Monday, May 4th, 11:59 p.m. You can keep bidding, and we're going to add a second auction for all the T-shirts and the stuff that Michelle has donated and all the new stuff that's coming in. What do you guys want to say as a farewell before I sign off? Hal Sparks, what would you like to say?
We can't hear you, Hal.
We interrupted his private video chat with Robert, so I'm sorry about that. Robert Gant, what do you have to say for yourself?
I just want to say how much I love you guys and how grateful I am to be a part of this family. You know, it's one of the greatest gifts in my life.
It's been an honor.
It has indeed. Randolph Harrison.
I'm just overwhelmed with gratitude to all of you and to everybody who donated. I'm really honored to be here. So thank you, Scott, and everyone watching.
Thank you. TV's Peter Page.
I'm just watching. It's just nothing but red hearts scrolling up through the chat on YouTube, you guys, and that's how I feel. Nothing but red hearts for you guys. I love you so much. What a gift we've been given.
Michelle Clooney.
I let Sharon go because I'm just I can't.
Sharon Gless, what would you like to say as a farewell?
I said it's been an honor. It's been an honor being with all of you today. It has been an honor shooting this show with all of you.
Thank you so much.
I think I can go now.
All right, Michelle Clooney.
You know, it's just I love you all so much, and I respect you all so much, and I'm inspired by you all so much. And today was beyond anything I expected. And Scotty, it's because of you. You are the glue that holds us together. And you
ease me into this. What do I owe? Don't let me know. I was being a big shot. Jesus, what an asshole.
And of course, we all need to also thank Ron Cowan, Daniel Lipman. Thank you for creating
I talked
this
to them.
show.
I just called them.
And that we did you good. Thank you for creating the show, giving us jobs, helping create this family, and to all of our family up in Toronto. We love you. We miss you all so much. Look for the videos that I played today. The videos I wasn't able to play with Kelly Macon and Jeremy Podesto. I'm going to post them all on YouTube. You can watch.
They're really good, you guys. Watch them all. Watch them all.
Watch them all. They're really great. We love you. Thank you. Keep donating.
Thank you, Scotty.
Keep giving money. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Good job, Scooby.